And there it is. We're doing it again. Yes, gather. Also, we tire. Now rest with the rest. Okay. We are doing it again. I am in situation as per usual. Situation yourself with me. It is that later session, rather that later session that we do round about this time. You know we are doing it, so you should be here already. So I am here. Where are you? One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Water, only water, water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dòde. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ó jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dòde. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe o.
And there you are, Iku Koniriwa Gbeshe by virtue of Ajesara the Kegite. Iku Koniriwa Gbeshe, powerful prayers are by the Kegite. Iku Koniriwa Gbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. UK bows removes Nigeria from red list. So this is strike 2 for the Nigerian state as we start to show our potency and our, mastery of the global space. First, we slapped down the Arabs in Dubai, and now we've knocked out the English in the United Kingdom. UK bows removes Nigeria from red list. So should we now stop the beating, or should we beat them down some more is the question. The audacity of the Oyinbo person putting us on a red list. So that's a victory for Nigeria. But this now, a battle, a tussle that is brewing. Afenifere leader ADEBANJO says AKANDE lied in autobiography. So AKANDE's autobiography that has been causing quite a ripple within the Nigerian political space, it continues to reverberate as people start to clap back. 2023 presidency, I don't want to distract Buhari. I will consult widely before making decision. Jagaban of GBT speaking. So now this is the clearest indication yet that Tinubu is indicating an ambition in that direction. So he now comes to speak to the space, and he has not distanced himself from it. Rather, he romances the space. 2023 presidency, I don't want to distract Buhari. I will consult widely before making decision. Tinubu speaking to the space, so quite what we are gleaning from that, we'll find out soon enough. Nigeria's public debt was 38 trillion between July and September. So these are the debt management office speaking. So we are talking about these people mortgaging the future of the country. They are virtually mortgaging the life support of the country now. They've virtually auctioned off and sold everything of value within that country. Record a debt never known in the history of that country. Nigeria's public debt was 38 trillion between July and September. It is not me saying this, it is not the PDP saying this, it is a satellite agency within the governance, a department of debt management saying this. So quite what that means, we'll find out soon enough. INEC commissioners, Buhari bows to pressure, drops Onochie for Agbamuche Mbu. So there you have it. Now, MALLAM Buhari shuffling Igbo babe. So he's ditched now. This is long-term girlfriend to shop her in, to swap her for a younger, prettier model. That, of course, a well-known part for a certain type of man that shuffle women. So Buhari shuffles one girlfriend for the other. INEC commissioners, Buhari bows to pressure, drops Onochie for Agbamuche Mbu. So quite what is in play there, we'll find out shortly. So this one rather tickled me somewhat. Strange man attacks Oyedipo on pulpit. So there's a video clip that goes with this, but I may not play it for reasons of being struck by YouTube rather. But I can put the link to the video in the comment section for people who want to have a giggle at the expense of the what was the term that the priest called this guy? Bald-headed fowl. So at the expense of the bald-headed fowl called Oyedepo. So that a slap that we've all wished we were able to dish him. So man has been brave enough to mount his pulpit and just land it on behalf of all of us. Strange man attacks Oyedepo on pulpit. So quite what is in play there, we find out just shortly. This one, a rather curious one, is always been of that kind, but it looks as though it has now opened up to the public. Oshiomole, of course, a cultist we've always known, but now it is categorical. Adams Oshiomole enters power sharing agreement with Aye Black Axe cultist. So, of course, I mean, there's no surprises there because he is of that type, but now categorical. So, plenty to go through. So, kick back, lean back, relax, take it easy, charge up your glasses, and just relax. We come in via the Eastern Quarters and we get straight into it. But first, another Python dance.
Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una bori meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una bori meri Nandi bu onye du aimo. O meri woni nizu ngiro ya abakare. Mamanda ora, una buri meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una buri meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una buri meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, Python dance 3. Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, Python dance 3.
And there you have it. Python dancing, Python dancing. They say a Python dancing in Namudi win a war. So, Unamudi win a war, as guys, I bring you this. UK boss removes Nigeria from a red list. The United Kingdom has agreed to remove Nigeria and other 10 countries from its travel red list from tomorrow, Wednesday. Correspondents recalled that the United Kingdom had placed Nigeria and other African countries on the travel red list following the confirmation of the new C19 variant Omicron in the affected nations. The move had triggered reactions from concerned Nigerians who argued that the United Kingdom government was unfair in its decision. The federal government had also vowed to take actions if the decision was not reversed. Speaking to the UK Parliament on Tuesday, the United Kingdom Health Secretary Sajid Javid said the Omicron had spread so widely that the rules are now less effective. He added that now that there is community transmission of Omicron in the United Kingdom and Omicron has spread so widely across the world, the travel red list is now less effective in slowing the incursion of Omicron from abroad, he told the parliament. Whilst we will maintain our temporary testing measures for international travel, we will be removing all 11 countries from the travel red list effective from 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. According to the BBC, the new directive stated that all UK arrivals from red list countries must pay for and self-isolate in a pre-booked government-approved hotel for 10 days. So there you are. They take with one hand, they give with one hand and take with another. So who exactly is going to, what is so fantastically fantastic about the United Kingdom that you have to mortgage your house essentially to go there? The tickets themselves are not cheap, but then they are designating hotels to you for you to pre-book and book for 10 days. So I mean, what's that? Let's say it's £1,000 the ticket, and then another £2,000-3,000 hotel fee. So already 3, 4, 5,000 pounds just because you want to come to the United Kingdom. How much are they selling land in Ajanle Coco's village for them to be spending 4,000? I think for £3,000 to build a mansion in Ajanle Coco's village. So never mind all that. You can keep your United Kingdom. Afenifere leader ADEBANJO says AKANDE lied in autobiography. My participation, the autobiography of BISI AKANDE, a former governor of Osun State and pioneer chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, has continued to generate controversy, with Afenifere leader Ayo Adebanjo alleging that the book is full of lies. Major highlights of the book include Akande's account of how Adebanjo pestered a former governor of Lagos State, Bola Tinubu, to build a house for him, that is Adebanjo, in the Lekki area of Lagos. The book also claimed that President Muhammadu Buhari promised to make Tinubu his running mate in the 2015 presidential election, which brought him to power as Nigeria's president. Buhari reneged on the promise, according to Akode, after he was pressurized by some northern governors to drop Tinubu in order to avert a Muslim ticket. Akode claimed it was Tinubu who suggested Yemi Osinbajo to Buhari as his running mate. Osinbajo was a commissioner under Tinubu's administration as governor of Lagos State. The autobiography also narrated how a former vice president, Atiku Abubakar, rejected Tinubu as his running mate after he, Atiku, emerged the presidential candidate of the Action Congress in 2007, despite the fact that the former Lagos State Governor Tinubu was the one funding the party. Akonde wrote, anytime we were in need of money, Atiku would say, Bola, please help us. Bola was the only one spending money amongst us. The rest of us were poor. Tinubu also put all his energy and resources into the formation of the AC. Contrary to widely held belief that the APC promised to restructure Nigeria ahead of the 2015 general election, Akande, in the book, said the party did not have restructuring in its manifesto for the polls. Rather, he said, the APC promised to support devolution of power from the center to the states. Two elder statesmen, Afenifere leader Adebanjo and a former presidential aspirant Olufalaye, were singled out for criticism bordering on abuse in the book, with AKANDE insinuating that they refused to support younger persons to represent the Southwest at the 2014 National Conference because of their desire to pocket generous allowances given to conference delegates. Adebanjo and Falaye were amongst the leaders of the Southwest delegation at the confab. AKANDE went further to describe Adebanjo as a blank, politically minded leader. But Adebanjo has come out to dismiss the content of AKANDE's book. Speaking on Arise TV on December the 14th, Adebanjo said AKANDE was a pathological liar. Adebanjo further suggested that AKANDE used the book to promote Tinubu's presidential ambition. Tinubu is expected to seek the presidential ticket of the APC in 2023. Reacting to the book, Adebanjo said he, AKANDE, is already known to me as a pathological liar. His colleague, Akefenwa, in his book, said that is who he is, and those of us who know him also know he's just an apron string of Tinubu. The Afenifere leader noted that AKANDE was too junior to him, adding that the former APC national chairman was a political neophyte. I signed AKANDE's paper to be governor, and the condition we gave for him to become governor was that of sovereign national conference for the restructuring of Nigeria back to federalism. That was the condition on which he was elected in 1999, and he reneged on that. He added, Adebanjo said Southwest APC leaders, including Tinubu and AKANDE, sold the Yoruba race to Buhari to further their personal interest. They have sold out the Yoruba race to Muhammadu Buhari, all because they want Tinubu to be president. That is not my business. But telling lies is the one I don't know. And I don't know how a man like AKANDE, who claims that we all come from the same root of Obafemi Awolowo, can be taking pride in his participation in the government of Buhari, who they know is a disaster, when all those who supported him initially are now regretting that they supported him. Further dismissing AKANDE's autobiography, Adebanjo said, there is no sensible man who will come out now and say he is proud of Buhari. It shows the type of character he, AKANDE, is. Falaye had, through his personal assistant, Moshood Raji, said he would respond to AKANDE's claims. Atiku's media aide Paul Ibe had also faulted AKANDE's accounts, noting that Atiku did not ask Tinubu for money during the 2007 presidential election. At that time, Asiwaju and Atiku found themselves in the same political party. So if there was funding to be made, it has to be made by stakeholders and members of the party. Tinubu was a member and founder of AC. Let us try and put these things in proper perspective so that it doesn't appear as if Atiku was asking him for money for something else, Atiku spokesperson said. Atiku spokesperson further alleged that AKANDE was acting according to Tinubu's bidding. So it looks as though there may be cause for regret for the BISI AKANDE with that autobiography where he just besmirched everybody and rubbed their names in the mud. So we'll see how that plays out. Still with Tinubu, 2023 presidency. I don't want to distract Buhari. I will consult widely before making decision, Tinubu speaks. National leader of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Bola Tinubu, has said he will consult widely before deciding on whether to run for the president in 2023. The former Lagos State governor said this after a closed-door meeting with leaders of the Northern Alliance Committee in Abuja. Some people have been campaigning for Tinubu already, with a political group, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, Abat, are also declaring support for the politician. Speaking about such voices, Tinubu said he is not going to turn them down. So listen to that. He's not going to turn them down. So that tells you already all you need to know. He continued, but I will still effectively and widely consult, particularly brainstorm with my friends and find a date to come out openly and tell Nigerians. But the president is still in office. I don't want to distract him from all the challenges he might face today. So don't muddle the political waters. Consult, make our program known to the people later, and the intention is clear. So you can keep guessing. So there you are. There's nobody really guessing anything. I think it's quite clear what his intentions are, but will they let him have it? Is the question. And if he does get it, how will he solve this problem? Nigeria's public debt was 38 trillion between July and September. Debt Management Office releasing the data. The Debt Management Office (DMO) has put Nigeria's public debt at 38.005 trillion naira by the third quarter of 2021 between July 1 and September the 30th, 2021. This DMA stated the DMA that should read, the DMA stated this on Tuesday in a press statement put on its website titled DMO Publishes Total Public Debt for Q3 2021. It says, in line with its practice, the Debt Management Office has published Nigeria's total public debt as of September the 30th, 2021. The data, which includes the total external and domestic debt of the federal government of Nigeria, and then it goes on to of the federal government of Nigeria, 36 state governments, and the Federal Capital Territory, shows that Nigeria's public debt was 38.005 trillion or $92.626 billion at the end of Q3 2021. It said the increase of 2.540 trillion in 3 months from June to September 2021 was largely accounted for by the $4 billion euro bond issued by the government in September 2021. The issuance of the USD $4 billion euro bonds has brought significant benefits to the economy by increasing the level of Nigeria's external reserves, thereby supporting the Naira's exchange rate and providing the necessary capital to enable the federal government finance various projects in the budget. The triple tranche 4 billion euro bond issued in September 2021 was for the implementation of the new external borrowing of it looks as though they're borrowing money to borrow money. This is what this reads like, but I'm no economist, but this is what it reads like. The triple tranche $4 billion Eurobond issued in September 2021 was for the implementation of the new external borrowing of $6.18 billion in the 2021 Appropriation Act. It said, earlier on Tuesday, the House of Representatives approved a loan request of $5.8 billion and a grant of $10 million as requested by President Muhammadu Buhari. The lawmakers, however, asked for transparency regarding the terms and conditions given by the funding agencies in giving out the loan, saying the details should be made available to the National Assembly. The loans are to be sourced from the World Bank, Islamic Development Bank, China Exim Bank, China Africa Development Fund, and International Fund for Agricultural Development. So they've mortgaged the whole thing and borrowed from everybody, essentially, is what we're hearing. But what is the offshoot? Somebody will come here and tell us that they've built a new airport, which everybody else says they cannot see. INEC commissioners, Buhari bows to pressure, drops Onochie for Agbamuche Mbu. So there you are, Igbo for Igbo. This is the thing. He likes those yellow-skinned Igbo women. President Muhammadu Buhari on Tuesday bowed to public pressure over the nomination of Loretta Onochie as the Independent National Electoral Commission National Commissioner for South Nigeria. The embattled presidential aide on new media was replaced by Mrs. May Agbamuche Mbu. Earlier, the nomination of Onochie by the president generated intense dust from Nigerians and opposition political parties who accused her of partisanship and unfit to supervise elections, which the governing All Progressive Congress APC will take part in. In a letter to the Senate President Ahmed Lawan, Buhari also requested the upper chamber of the National Assembly to confirm the appointment of 6 nominees for national commissioners and 1 for resident electoral commissioner for INEC. The letter, according to President Buhari, was in line with paragraph 14 of Part 1 of the 3rd schedule of the 1999 Constitution as amended. It read, pursuant to paragraph 14 of Part 1 of the 3rd schedule of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended, I hereby forward for confirmation by the Senate the appointment of the underlisted nominees as national commissioners and resident electoral commissioner for the Independent National Electoral Commission. The nominees include, and then it goes on to give a list of names, a lot of our bookies in the list. So essentially, the uptake from that is that Loretta Onochie has been parked to one side. So this one rather tickles a little bit. Strange man attacks Oyedepo on pulpit, bald-headed fowl, as Daddy Freeze likes to refer to him. It was a bizarre situation recently as a strange man beats security network ascended the pulpit at the Living Faith Church, Canaan Land, Ogun, and attacked Bishop David Oyedepo. Oyedepo. The incident occurred 2 Sundays before the Shiloh program organized by the church last week. A top source from the church told correspondents that the intruder came through the love wing entrance of the church and tactically was able to access the altar whilst Oyedepo was preaching. There was a lapse in security as the huge crowd at the 4th service saw the strange man in white suit made his way to the altar. In a video obtained by correspondents, the man held Oyedepo in one of his feet and was dragged in a video obtained by correspondents, the man held Bishop Oyedepo on one of his legs and was dragging him and would have brought him down before security officers quickly intervened. The security men and some leaders on the altar, including Oyedepo's son David, had to forcefully pull the man away from the bishop to prevent him from falling on the altar. The man was bundled out of the church and was given. Oh, God. This is a typical Nigerian story anyway. The man was bundled out of the church and was given the beating of. They like that. You see, they like certain phrases in Nigeria, and the beating of his life is one of those phrases that they just easily go to. The man was bundled out of the church and was given the beating of his life by Oyedepo's security operatives. Since that ugly incident, security has been beefed up in the church, and it was tighter at the just concluded Shiloh. The security operatives who were on duty when the incident occurred have been changed. So there you have it. That guy deserves a national award. He would have gotten the merit of Nigeria if only he had been able to land that dirty slap. Adams Oshiomole entered power sharing agreement with Aye Black Axe cultist report. So what is going on here? Adams Oshiomole, the former governor, and I think we're going to make this. Yes, we're going to make this the last story. So this is the last one. Adams Oshiomole, the former governor of Edo State, has been named by popular political thug Tony Kabaka as sponsoring and encouraging cult violence in a bid to enforce political power. So Oshiomole did it for me. I was nothing before, Mr. Kabaka said in the video, adding that cultism still exists, because the government is involved. This development follows the release of a documentary by the British Broadcasting Corporation BBC focusing on the Black Axe fraternity, aka AIE. The reports show the relationship between the Brute cult group and its legal organization, the Neo Black Movement of Africa. In the hour-long video upload, I'm going to actually go watch this. I'll watch it later, but I'll put a link to it. It may well be worth the watch because there's a hyperlink on this article to that documentary. But this is probably so. I'm not going to put it in the comment section just yet, in case you people want to run away from the platform and go. But I'll put it later, towards the end. In the hour-long video uploaded to YouTube, the BBC explores the roots and origins of cult groups, which was to fight oppression and push for students' rights, with no idea this would turn into a catastrophe. Mr. Kabaka admitted his close relationship with politicians, and most especially Mr. Oshiomole. He confirmed to the BBC that politicians use him and other cult figures as muscle during elections. The report also brings up hacked emails from 2012 at the time where Mr. Oshiomole won the gubernatorial election for his second term in office for the Action Congress of Nigeria, revealing how 35 million naira had been sent to multiple political figures' bank accounts held by the Neo Black movement ahead of an election campaign. The report noted that in exchange for their services, a total of 80 political offices and roles had been promised to members of the cult. At the time of filing the report, efforts to reach Mr. Oshiomole for comments over his involvement with the activities of the Black Axe proved abortive, as a spokesperson did not respond to calls and messages. The activities of the Black Axe movement has garnered the attention of security personnel in the country and abroad. In 2020, Udom Emmanuel, the governor of Akwa Ibom, ordered that cults, societies, and groups, including the Black Axe, are hereby declared illegal. In July, the Nigeria police warned hoodlums and cult groups that had planned to celebrate Black Axe Day. In October, the United States Secret Service said in a statement that in an investigation conducted with the FBI led to federal charges related to internet scams against 7 leaders of the Cape Town zone of the Neo Black Movement of Africa. 8 men, all from Nigeria, were charged with wire fraud, money laundering, and other crimes in connection with perpetrating romance scams and other illegal schemes perpetrated on victims in the United States and other countries between 2011 and 2021. So there you have it. Oshiomole, essentially a fraternal boy. But that comes as no surprise, of course, to anybody because, of course, we all know their association with fraternities. Thomas, yeah, Thomas, I see you. So let me just put you on mute. I think you might well be in a private conversation. So Thomas, I see you, and of course the mighty Ajende Koko, I see you. So good to see you, gentlemen. But hold on, let me just quickly delete this thing. There seems to be a bot that goes around all this live streaming, dropping funny links. So good to see you, gentlemen. Good to have you. So let's go first to Thomas. So Thomas, are you there, or do you want me to skip you and go to Ajale Koko?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. Good to have
Yes,
you, Thomas. Oh, okay, so let me start you off then. The United Kingdom removes Nigeria from the red list because, of course, they've done the mathematics, and the economics of it does not weigh in their favor. So what are you then making then of this 2-day red list that they put Nigeria on?
One man. I greet you. I greet everyone. Uh, Ajale Koko, greetings, my brother. It's because of the how we reciprocate. I think that is what caused for them to change their mind. Uh, Even though the other time we brought this news, I said everybody has to protect their citizens. But as you paint it in another way that is they are being racist, which I don't believe they are being racist. But for them to reverse it now, I think because of the outcry of people and how Nigeria to reciprocate, I think that is where they reverse this uh their their ban, which is a very good sign. That means Nigeria is waking up to what is going on in their community. I
Nigeria
think
has scored
it
two
makes
big Nigeria scored two big victories today, Thomas. First, we gave the Arabs a beating in Dubai, and now we have given the English a slapping in London. So don't mess with us. Essentially, what the advocates are saying.
yeah,
Buhari's AK-47 style. He has gone international. Yamutu Yamutu.
Yamutu is a very good development, one man.
Hmm.
And rightly, some people said the other day, I think 2 days ago, we brought this story that these people they are the one that will lose, and some people said it's Nigeria that will lose with the ban. I think the both sides will actually lose because you know how these people they milk Africa. There is nothing they can do without Africa. All the raw
Should, should,
materials,
should,
all the
should, should Nigeria demand an apology letter from the United Kingdom? Should we make them publish apologies in two newspapers, two national newspapers in
no, no,
Nigeria? We should
it
not
hasn't
demand
come
that.
to that, one man.
We shouldn't make them beg.
No, 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 no.
All
That's
right,
all right.
all right,
We
all right.
we
Yeah, you have a forgiving spirit, though.
If,
I'm a Christian.
You have a forgiving spirit,
if
though.
possible, yes, please.
We have to make them beg
I'm
now.
a, I'm a,
Engineer,
Of
we
course.
bring Boris Johnson to London and make him kneel down in Tafawa Balewa Square.
Exactly.
Eh?
and give him some lashes. Maybe
I
give him
give him
some
some
pankere,
I give him a public
koboko.
flogging.
So, woman, I agree with engineer the other time because I know engineer was so furious about the my own contribution that day is that I think everybody has to protect their territory, but engineers saw it in another way, and I think this is what engineer really said is really playing out now. So that means they know the importance of Africa. Now they will not joke with us in the nearest future.
You see
It's a good.
the UK removing Nigeria from the red list. You may say that is a consequence of science and a lot to do with the pressure. But the Dubaians, the Emiratis going on their knees, that is not a consequence of science. That is a result of the beating that we gave them. So we that one was a beating that we gave the Arabs and brought them to their knees. So yeah.
Yeah, you can't say more better than that. You are 100% right, and I think it's right time Africans stand to they should be standard. They can't just throw us away like trash that they normally do before. So I think it's a good development for them to reverse it within
So
2 days. I
are
think
you saying then that MALLAM Buhari's Yamutu politics it has some value? Is this international Yamutu politics? You know, Yamutu.
to me, one man, you can say that at least they did this one, and I think it makes sense to me. And in the nearest future, if any country wants to do such a thing, they would think twice. because before we are we are we normally been treated in a bad way, and we are even timid, and what did I call it, like inferiority complex as well as
But
Africans. That
Thomas, are we can we seriously really claim this as a victory? Because yes, they've removed the red list, but then they've put so much conditionalities to it that they might as well just leave the red list because nobody is going. So you have to go through the hoop, a whole series of testing before you even board the plane and after. And then at your own expense, you have to provide evidence of a pre-booked government approved hotel for 10 days. So you are talking about what, $3,000 to $5,000. I was saying that possibly that can even build a mansion in Ajande Coco's village. So the money that you have to spend just to go to the UK, they might as well have the ban now because nobody is spending that much just to go abroad.
about 1 month, people that will spend it. Politicians will spend it because they see the free money, our wolf money. It's you and I that we are still begging God that we can't
Speak
beg.
for yourself. Oh, are you my bank manager? What do you mean you and I? Are you my accountant? Look at this guy.
I know.
But carry on.
Let me say my head myself. I'm still begging God.
No, we are all begging God. I'm only joking. Yes.
I know you are joking. I
Yeah,
know you
carry
are
on.
joking. So
Yeah.
politicians will do that. If the money is there, they will spend the money because uh, these people, they are very freak of traveling abroad, very desperate. So they will spend the money. It's I can't spend that kind of money. I
But
would
okay,
rather
they
stay.
will spend the
Yeah.
money, but can they spend the time? Because unless you're, of course, relocating, your trip to the UK is usually what? A 2 week window for anybody. You go, you do whatever it is, you see family, you do your shopping, and then you head back home. But if they are
Yeah.
already isolating you for 10 days in a hotel room, and that is isolation, by the way, nobody comes in, you don't go out, they pass your food through the door. So what is the point? So 10 days plus then you get out of that sentencing and then you then go and do your business. So essentially you're looking at a month in what should have been just a week or two that you intended to spend. So who wants to spend all that?
You are right.
Mm,
People that will spend it. Maybe like people that are UK citizens and they are Nigerian. If they went home for holiday and they are coming back, they will spend that time. If you are resident in UK, you may spend that time. It's only people that come for holiday or came for like, sightseeing or maybe for shopping or for another or for holiday that will suffer it. But people that are UK residents or UK citizens that are Nigerian, they won't mind because they know this is their home. But it's those people that came for just a short visit will suffer this and they will pay through their nose. So, as you rightly said, to me, it doesn't seem making sense to me because you're gonna spend through more money staying in the UK, and I know UK don't give visa like American do. That if
mm.
you apply first time, they will give you 2 years. UK don't do that. They rather give you months. They don't give people like American, they give 2 years in the first attempt. So it's people that will suffer is people that went for holiday. You can also even stay back if your visa is still valid. Then when all these bans have been lifted, then you can embark on your journey. That would make sense to me than going there
Yeah,
spending almost,
yeah,
yeah,
yes. There's no
yeah,
point
like
going there
going there.
just to. It's almost like a
No, no.
begging something, isn't it? You go, they lock you up for 10 days before you can go about your business. What is the meaning of that
Yeah, yeah,
nonsense?
yeah. It does. Yeah, as you rightly say, it doesn't make sense to me. If your visa is still valid, you can as well postpone your visa for your traveling or extend your ticket. Then, when the everything is open, I know very soon everything will open up, and they are claiming the Omicron came from Nigeria, from Africa, because we are not getting vaccines. That is what we were told here in Australia because Africans are not vaccinated. So that is what caused this another variant coming out of Africa. And
That's
he
total
said no.
nonsense.
Yeah, but that is what they told us. That is what we were told here in Australia, that because Africans are not vaccinated like the Western world, that is
Uh,
what brought this new.
s-
Yes,
sorry, Thomas. Anyone who
yeah.
said that to you in that place, I'm telling you, you have to lambast them. You understand? Because we had enough of all this issue of Africa, Africa, Africa. Africa don't have disease. Disease come from the East. It come from Europeans, which they are the one creating the disease. So whenever they issuing or saying anything about Africa, brother, I'm telling you, do not give them that breathing space. Just tell them.
It's time to fight back, Abi, engineer.
Of course, the table will turn. The table
E-
will
e-
turn. I keep saying it. The table
enough
will
is
soon turn around.
enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
You are, you are right, engineer. I am with you. I agree with you 100%. But that is what we were told from the what they call it, their medical team here, that because we are not getting vaccines, that is what brought this another variant. Which, there's nothing we can do. We have to.
Thomas. I was speaking to some Eastern European girl a long time ago now, a few years ago, and she was saying to me that that in their country that they just feel that all Africans they had like AIDS or something, or some there's a lot of this sort of because you don't understand, you are trying to relate to somebody and they are talking to you in a manner that is peculiar, but how they see us sometimes is just at odds with what their reality is. It's just quite a thing. They're telling you that it came out of Africa or something. You should have slapped them,
One
like
man,
engineer said. Yeah.
yeah, one man, like my father-in-law told me some years ago, like 30 years ago, one white man came to him and asked him, "What is the color of your blood?" And
No,
he said,
it's green now. It's a green.
"Really?" I said, "What did you
It's
tell
white
him?"
too.
I, yeah, he said it told him like it's black, like sarcastically, like joking that
Mm.
my blood is black. And he said, "Oh, I've been hearing that black people their bloods are not red." Ah, I said, is these people normal? Are they like no? Our engineer said they are just bunch of racists. Here in Australia, the
But
racists here
but
in
but
Australia, one man.
hold on now.
Can I
Uh,
interject? Can I interject?
yeah.
It's not everyone that is racist.
Hold on. You can interject, but okay. Actually, I think I was about to say what you were about to say. So you say, go on. Who was that? Who wanted to interject?
I think yes, it's not everyone
Solid.
that is racist. Some people
Oh,
are
yeah,
just
yeah,
sorry.
yeah. Go on.
Yes, it's not everyone that is racist. Some people are just people are just very ignorant. A lot of these whites don't expect them to just know everything just because they are white. Some of them are coming from villages. Some of them have never seen black people in their life, and they are just curious. If a white man comes to Nigeria, all these little children on the road will be asking the same kind of question. So it's the same thing the other way around. If someone is racist to you, I feel like you would know that they are racist because they would not hide it. They will be very direct with it, and they will let you know because they cannot just stand you. That is racism.
Just to add on to what you said, and that was what I was about
That
to
is
say. That was what I was about to say. Sorry. There was a time I went to Turkey. There's this very famous uh, actually a World Heritage space. It's called the Blue Mosque, Sultan Ahmet. They call it is because a lot of the spaces in Turkey they are World Heritage spaces. So what I just noticed, there were people coming up to me, pushing my wife to one side and asking to take photographs with me. So at first I thought they thought I was some American something. It was only then that I realized that a lot of these people they've not had that much of an encounter with a black person. So they wanted to take that photograph so that when they get back home, they can then build a narrative around their encounter with a black man. So
you feel your celebrity.
I felt like a Hollywood. And what amused me was that they were pushing my wife to one side and asking me to come and take photo. So I was saying to her that you see how lucky you are. You see. Yeah, so yeah, just to add on to that, a lot of it is ignorance.
Can I just add up on to Solly?
Yeah, go on.
Solly, it's better you see a live racism. I think where you are, they do it in front of you. But I'm pleading with you, come to United Kingdom. You smile with them, you immediately turn back, they will slice you. I prefer American racism than UK racism. I'm telling you.
UK racism is the most vicious.
Is the most dangerous racism ever.
Yeah,
it's called subtle racism.
It's not just the whites in UK, it's the blacks. There's just a lot of hatred in the UK. Both from the whites, the blacks, everyone. Too much hatred. It's like they just any reason to hate is what I've sensed and I've noticed in the UK.
It's a very dark place.
Yeah.
It's a very dark.
You always get somewhat depressed in the UK if you are there long enough. You become their cheeks always fall down. Your cheeks will fall down eventually in the UK. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, Angelico, you wanted to say?
Engineer,
sir.
Racism is racism, whether in UK or America.
Come and leave UK then.
Wait. Make I tell you, racism is racism. In America here too, there are some places that black dare not go. You dare not go there. Some places, some interior places, some well, we call it what do we call it? We call it I can't remember
what they will let you know physically that you are not welcome there.
Yes.
But in the United Kingdom, they will not let you know that you're not welcome. In fact, they will even offer you tea, but you will know within you that you're not welcome.
Yes.
The body language, they are very,
they are very crafty. They are very crafty and cunning.
I don't think there's anybody more duplicitous than.
There are some places here too. They will let you know they don't want you in their area. Some interior places here, you can't go there as a black man. Racism, they are the same people.
Yeah, but
they are the same.
What one man said is more explanation. Is something that we prefer them saying it.
So then you know directly.
Then you know direct.
But they play with your mind in this place. This is what they do. They play with your mind.
I would never advise you to come
and then when you point it out, they say you have a chip on your shoulder that did attack you, did they insult you? No.
They do the same here too. They will laugh with you. They will open their teeth. Before you know, they call police on you. They do it. Racism. You see, people with bad heart against black people, they will do something to harm that black man because their heart is very, very black against you. They have black heart against you.
Yeah.
So
black heart.
Yeah.
but you can't blame them.
So another thing that contributes to see, you see, the media, the way the media, run the image of Africa here in America. I don't know the way they do it.
It's the same. Let me interject and give you what goes on here. What goes on here? If a crime is committed, they will say a man in his 20s was seen running from the screen. He's tall, he's blonde-haired, he's stocky build, etc. But if it's a black person that committed that crime, they will say a black man was seen running from the scene. So when they say a black man was seen running, yeah, hold on. If it's can you hold on? Thomas, please. When I say, what are you doing, man? I'm just trying to paint you how it
hold
works.
on.
Oh God. Okay, go on and say what you want to say.
No, his system is slow.
All right. So I was just trying to paint, and the engineer is here to verify or debunk me. In this country, if a crime is committed, they will tell you that the person that committed the crime is about 23 years old, is slim built, he has blonde hair, he has a slight frame, he walks with a limp, etc. So that narrows it to that person, young, 23, blonde hair, slim frame. But if it's a black person, they'll say a black man was seen running from the scene. So that black man, it could be then you are going from 60 to 14. You are going from fat to slim. You are going from bald to full hair. You are going to the entirety of the black. Do you see? That is how they do it in this country. It's just those subtle.
In UK, are the black areas more crime? In the UK, I'm just curious. Because in America, they are.
I don't say. Can you answer that? Because in London now, there's no really black area. I wouldn't say. Maybe Peckham, which is Ajegule for Nigerians.
Because black area in America have so many crime. I've been there. There's so many crime.
Why do you think that is, Charles?
But I think he's trying to ask, like, is there more who commits more crime? Is it blacks or whites?
No, that's not the question. You see,
Can I answer that question?
Yeah, go on, engineer.
Charles, if you think black people commit a lot of crime, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they have been, let me use the word we normally use in our country, they have been marginalized. Do you know why? They go to school, they won't give them the job. They study so hard, they will never give them the same job they're doing. That's why you see there's a lot of crime going on.
That's not my experience growing up. That is not my experience growing up.
Where do you base?
I am 27 years old. Okay. Growing up from my life when I was young, growing old. These people did not have opportunities. They chose a life of crime. We had opportunities to start business. We had opportunities to grow. But these people, no matter what level they reach, they will always choose crime.
Who's
this? They will always choose crime.
I know what you mean. No. Who is these people? And where?
I know he's.
Can you hold on?
My colleagues. I'm saying as a Nigerian growing up.
Right. Growing up where? Growing up where?
I left Nigeria. I went to Cyprus. From Cyprus, I went to Dubai. From Dubai, I came back to Cyprus, then went to Netherlands.
Right.
Okay, so my experience growing up is with my colleagues. This is going through university. This is graduating from university.
Which colleagues? Nigerians? Or what one is asking you? Specifically, which demographic are you talking about? Like when you say your colleagues, are you saying
Nigerians?
Colleagues in Cyprus, colleagues in Nigeria. You have to be specific.
In general, growing up, my age group.
Okay, all right. Go to the point that you want to make. Yeah, go to the point.
These people chose a life of crime. There is no marginalization. There's no. If you want to set up a business, nobody is stopping you. If you want to create a website, nobody is stopping you. You don't even need to go to school. If you need to collect loan to start a business, there are government to give you loan. There are banks that will give you loan. You can.
Are you saying most of them or some people?
Okay. I don't think you're getting the point, and I don't think the point you're making makes the point. Let me give you this. Let's cite two examples. Let's use a young child of, let's say, about 12. Yes. So a young boy, white, a young boy, black. They both go into a shop, different occasions, different instances. They go into shops and they steal sweets.
Yes.
So the shopkeeper calls the police. The police collars them. So he collars the white boy, grabs him by the scruff of his shirt, marches him home, and speaks to the parents sternly. The parents give him a telling off. The police officer gives him a telling off. The parents weigh upon him for like a week, and the boy learns the error of his ways. That's the white boy. So the same age black boy, he goes into that shop. Yeah, he's still sweet. They call the police. The police grab him. They throw him in a cell. His parents come. They call social services. He ends up in the system with a criminal record and is then fed through the social system. He probably goes to a home where he's held, whilst their parents have to prove that they are capable of looking after him. Same crime, same age, but the difference is the black boy and the white boy.
Well, man, that's exactly what they do in America.
Yes.
That's
Hold on.
exactly what he
Can
do.
you?
Yeah,
No,
finish.
don't make
Yeah.
me have to remove you. Don't do this today, Mike, because you have to let people speak. So that white boy, he goes on to learn the errors of his ways, and then he goes on to become straight and narrow.
Yes.
Goes through school, becomes somebody. That black boy, he's been fed a criminal record, so to get a job is already a difficulty for him. He's
Yes.
been fed into the penal system, so he's formed associations with criminal. So this is the narrative. This is the subtlety of the racial prejudices that black
Yes.
people
Yeah,
encounter
I understand.
internationally.
I understand.
Yeah,
But
so
we have to.
that is where it is. We're not saying there are not bad people amongst black people. There are bad
Yes,
people amongst everybody.
but everybody is not the same, unfortunately, and we have to realize this. If you know that your punishment is going to be greater than another person, why not just try to avoid it?
Well, listen, man. Listen, there's always
It's a
going to be
lot more.
criminals. Don't say. Listen. There's always going to be individuals that will choose the wrong path in life. You understand? Now, don't make it look like, oh, because these few blacks that are choosing the wrong path in life, now it justify the idea that the stereotype that, oh, blacks are just, that's what we are. We're criminals.
People, it is
What they
human
paint us in the
nature. People
media,
will
in the
always go with
movies,
whatever is
in
happening the most.
our
More
story is always
people
about
that
us
are
committing
causing
crime.
crime are blacks. Even black people want to avoid blacks. It's
What
just
are you
how
talking?
humans are.
No. Don't say that. Don't say that.
But
Don't say that.
woman,
If you are saying in your demographic, in your environment, like one man, let me give you an example. In America, for example, in America here, right? I myself, I used to live more around the black communities, and I see the old criminality and everything until I moved to all white area, poor white area. I saw more crime, more drugs, more madness. I was shocked that this thing exists because they don't put those stories on news. They would never put flashlight
Okay. Let me
on those
cite,
white communities.
let me cite one last example, and then I'm going to move away from that spot because that wasn't really the talking point. This is something that used to happen in the UK, and it still happens amongst all these street kids. They don't really discriminate, so you get a whole bunch of them. You can see 7 of them, maybe 3 black, 4 white, 1 Asian, etc. So there's always a bunch of them. But if they are wayward kids, let's say somewhere in Brixton, for instance, if they are carrying drugs, you can bet you that it is the white boy that they will make carry the drugs. Because when the police do stop and search, it is the black boys that they will stop and search, and then the Asian boy, the Indian Pakistani, but they don't really pay attention to the white boy. So they know that. So the white boy carries the drugs for them because he doesn't get searched. You see? So that's just how it works. But
And also, when the white boys get caught, they'll probably take him to a rehab, some kind of a program to help him get his life together, right? But when the black kids, that's what they do to the teenagers here, the teenage children. When the white teenagers are going astray, they will have program. When they arrest them, they will send them to a program to shape them up, to fix their life. But when the black teenagers get caught, there's no such thing as going to any kind of program to help them. They don't see you as a kid to fix you, help you, direct you in the right path. They just criminalize you straight up.
All right. Sorry. I want to move on from that space. It's only because we've just started, and this is usually how we end up 6 hours. Let me go back to Thomas, and you see, and so say all of us is really the thought that I had when I came across this story. So strange man attacks Oyedepo on pulpit. There's a video to go with it, and the guy grabbed him by the feet, but unfortunately he couldn't land that dirty slap that a lot of us would have loved to have been opportune to land on that bald-headed fowl, as our daddy Fritz crosses him. So say all of us, somebody jumps the security to land Oyedepo a dirty slap. What are you making of that?
One man, I've watched the video.
Oh, there you
the
are.
man is not the man is not there to attack the man. Maybe he's trying to create like awareness, or he has something bothering him. Maybe he has been writing letter, he couldn't see the man. He just used that one as an avenue, because when he ran to the altar, he went straight to his leg, hold one of his leg. It's not there to attack. If you watch the video, I've watched the video.
No, I've watched the video now.
It's not there to...
They gave him a fast and he reached for the securities gave him, they kicked his feet off and he reached for the guy. But well, I prefer to think that he was to give him a slap
Yeah, you know, in Yoruba, we called it one
That is
man.
what
What
I
do you
want.
want to enjoy?
Yeah, does that guy not need a slap? That guy needs a slap.
Why do you say that one man? One
Yeah,
man, you are
have you
clueless.
ever listened to him? Have you ever? If anybody needs a slap in that country, it's that guy. Yeah.
Who's that? Is
One
he
man, you are
Engineer,
clueless. You are
engineer, your
clueless.
brother, they look for
Yeah.
trouble.
No, as long as Macron, someone slap Macron. So why
Yeah.
can't
Yes.
him to top
What
his
is
own now?
Oyedepo? You cannot just
Oh yeah,
slap.
they
Let him
won't
stop
slap one
slapping.
girl like that. I'm still waiting for somebody to slap him back, honestly. Because
Yes, it needs a
remember now,
yes, I remember.
somebody
Yes.
needs to.
So
Yeah.
Somebody, he owes somebody a slap, man. Somebody needs to slap him back for that thing he did to that lady, man. Honestly.
So
oh,
the man is just there to create like awareness. Maybe he has been pleading for something for that to see him. It's not attack. If he wants to attack him, he will rightly attack him because he ran to the altar and went straight down to his leg, holding his leg. You know, in Yoruba, we normally hold leg when we are trying to plead for something, or if you offend somebody, you're trying to plead
I
for
don't think
them
that's a
or
Yoruba
beg
thing,
them.
no, I beg.
well, I don't
That
think
is that is
I don't think I
we
agree with
do that.
that.
We do that. We do that now. We do that.
So Yoruba
When you
people hold
offend
leg.
somebody, yes, if you hold legs, that means you are you like sign of humility, like sign of surrendering to that person that I'm sorry, just bear with me. The man is not there to attack the man, but what they finally do to the man, that is very it
Look,
is
I'm
like they
watching
give
it.
him.
Hold on, I'm watching it on the screen as we speak, and the guy is holding on
Yes.
firm. He jumped for the leg and grabbed him and was going to pull him to the floor. This is it now.
Please
No,
play it, one
no,
man,
no,
please.
no.
Well, I don't want to
No,
play
one
because
man.
of because YouTube will then start sending me warning. But I'll put a
Okay,
link.
okay.
I'll put a link in the comment. It's only 10 seconds. You can watch it there.
Yes,
You
it's
know, I
only
Okay.
10 seconds
mean,
because it
yeah,
is
yeah,
it happens live, so they quickly off
yeah,
the camera. It
yeah.
happens live,
He
so
wanted to dish
the
him a
man is not there
beating,
to
but
attack.
all
Yes,
right.
yes, yes. They were even dragging him. Somebody is saying don't drag him because as they are dragging the man will be dragging the feet of Oyedepo and he will rightly fall down. So I don't think the man is there to attack. If somebody else can watch the video, they can analyze the video. It's not there to attack. It's just trying to create awareness that they can say, "What do you want?" And then we say, "Papa, I need money. I need you to pray for me." You know, people do some crazy thing just to, um, just to create awareness so that they can ask, "What do you want? What's the problem?" So they can attend to his case. I think that is what the man did. It's not about attacking. That is my take about it. I've watched the video. I watched the video yesterday. I still watched the video this morning. Even I don't know that you are going to bring the story this morning. I still watch this video this morning. So that is my take about that. It's not there
All
to attack.
all right, thank you, Thomas. So, Thomas, let me go on to Charles and next. One, because of time, and two, because he is a new voice, and we like to hear new voices on the platform. So, Thomas, thank you. So, let's go to Charles. Charles, are you there? Not Charlie Boy, but Charles Annex. Charles Annex, are you there? Look at that. You are not there, Charles Annex. All right, let's go then to Solly, who also a new voice here. So, Solly, are you there? Let's go then to Solly, who also a new voice. But
Hello.
can I ask you to use a headphone though, because I'm hearing myself back.
Yeah. Okay. Hello. I'm here.
Okay, good to have you. So let me take you then to let me take you to the Nigerian debt profile, which has now hit 38 trillion. It certainly hits that mark between July and September, which is roughly $93 billion. So just this eye-watering record-breaking debt profile, the debt itself not a problem, but what the money was done with, what they have done with the money is the thing. And in the read through, it looks as though they actually borrowed some money to insulate another borrowing. So they are borrowing money in order to borrow money in order to loot it. This is what we're saying. Although some people will tell us that the airport is like Singapore. What are you making of that, Solly?
Well, At this point, I think we all know what they do. They've been doing it for a long time. They borrow from anybody that is ready to give them money. They make up so many reasons why they need to borrow this money, and they are very good at following the right rules to borrow money. But at the end of the day, when it comes to implementation, we have seen the case of like the gutter that they wanted to do. They never do anything right to a standard level. They just want to be able to show something so that they will be able to prove that they spent the money on a project, on rubbish projects like toilets, but because Nigerians have not seen anything, we appreciate it. If they say this toilet costs 90 million, all of us will just accept it and close our mouths. It's a method of looting, yes. My question is, why do these people keep borrowing us money even though they know that we are looting it? Why?
Yeah, but why would they not? They are lenders, and if you have the assets to support the money, if you loot it, then that's your business.
Yes,
They are not obliged to you in any way. They are there to profit out of you.
But yes, lenders are supposed to know those who are bad creditors also. A lender will not borrow again to a bad creditor. You have credit profiles. You have
no. Hold on, Nigeria, they don't largely default on the borrowing. They always pay their debts. It's just they don't use the money for anything meaningful, and that doesn't concern the lender.
If they pay their debts, why is it rising? We have been going up and down, up and down. Obasanjo went all around begging for loan to be forgiven. Buhari is going to beg for loan to be forgiven.
Yes.
So if we're paying it on time, why are we begging for loan to be forgiven? That's bad credit.
Well, no, that is not necessarily. Okay, let's say, for instance, you own an asset worth, let's say, $100,000, and you go to borrow borrow money from somebody like $1,000. So he knows you have an asset worth 100, so he will lend you the money, and then you go again to ask for another 1,000. He will lend you still, because he knows you have the asset to back up the loan. So Nigeria has vast resources to back up the loan. So as long as the loan can be backed up, then the lenders, they don't care. They'll lend you the money.
Nothing will stop it. Then there's nothing we can do. We as Nigerians are the only ones that can stop this thing.
Well,
we know what is going on. So they'll keep stealing.
Well,
there's immunity with all of them now.
We don't produce anything. Stop. We consume everything. We need to stop consuming. If we don't want to hold money, we have to stop consuming so many.
We can't stop consuming.
We need to start producing. We need to learn how to make things that we consume. Even toothpick that we use, we don't make it. We consume it.
Yes,
we just import it.
But
so how will we hold money?
Not believe that. The people that rule us do not believe that. They believe in
the Americans, the British, they know that these people can't produce anything. So let's give them a loan, because we know that when we give them that loan, they usually come and buy all our produce. So that's how they get us. They give you loans to come and consume what they produce. So you create jobs in your own society, in your own industries. So that's how they are playing us. So we need to wake up and start learning how to build things ourselves. Instead of sitting around complaining, why can't Nigerians get in the lab and learn how to make things that are important?
Does not think about tomorrow.
It's not Aboki. It's not only Aboki that is in Nigeria. Everybody is there. Yoruba is there. Outside, Igbo is there. Calabar is there. We are all there. Let's stop blaming Aboki for not learning how to build anything. Is Aboki stopping for learning how to make a toothpick? Is Aboki stopping for learning how to make the luxury things you are buying from UK, US?
Frustrate your life. If your business is actually now becoming successful, they will frustrate your life.
I'm not talking about business. I'm talking about learning how to build something.
How would you want to build when they will frustrate you? Won't you build to start a business?
So wait. So who's stopping you from learning how to make toothpick right now? Who's frustrating you from learning how to make toothpick?
When you are making toothpick, it goes through processes.
No, learn how to make it first.
It's not just
before you tell me about somebody stopping you.
Putting it and say this is toothpick. It goes through processes. And this process,
learn how to make it toothpick. I'll put my money behind you. I'll put my money behind you.
All right. I think Nigerians can make toothpick. I find that toothpick narrative a bit of a misnomer, because Nigerians produce a lot. We produce a lot now.
We are over 200,
but we don't consume it now. Nigeria would rather go and buy Igbo man's medicine before you use your
we produce
even the small things we produce. We don't want to wear it.
We produce alcohol. We produce everything. And
but Nigerians prefer to buy the foreign alcohol before they consume your own.
Okay, Mike. I want this session to be a bit more steady, so you have to cooperate with me. So let me just speak to this fella. But let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat, and then I'll take you to another talking point, Solly. So this is Alexander speaking to that racism space that we were talking about just then via Super Chat. He says, as a person who grew up in London but resides in in America presently, I would definitely take English racism over American. The British are more tolerant. I think it's a very complex society because for all of the racism that you talk about, most people, myself certainly, would rather live in the United Kingdom than in America. You know, where they're just wild. They're like it's like Fulani headsman country in that America, isn't it? Just killing everybody. They live like they live like savages over there. But thank you for the super chat, Alexander. So let me take you to another talking point. Solly. Do you know who Loretta Onochie is?
I think for INEC, the former, I don't know, I'm not too sure.
All right. Let me take you to this space then. You surely know who Tinubu is. 2023 presidency, I don't want to distract Buhari. I will consult widely before making a decision. So a lot of people have been saying, will he not? So that will he not now, we have to remove it now because he's now saying that he's consulting on the space and they're asking him about the people that are already campaigning for him. And he's saying, I am not going to stop them. So now we are hearing from the man directly and all the indications is that now he's going to run for that position. So now almost categorical now we have heard from him, Tinubu now to vie for the presidency. What are you making of that, Solly?
There is no doubt this man wants to become president. Even if he's going to crawl his way there, he wants to become president. Even if he has to kill everyone, he wants to become president. What I see from his statement now is lack of confidence. I don't think he's getting the backing that he expected to get from Buhari. I don't think he's meeting him as much as he expected to be meeting him. I don't think the promises that they made to each other are being fully fulfilled. So he wants it, but he doesn't have that full backing. He doesn't have the confidence that he had previously.
Do you think that is what is holding him back? Because he has not yet gotten the nod from Buhari to say, I back you. Is that what he's waiting for?
He's very, very impatient. The election is in 2 years. The election is in 2 years. He's very impatient. Everybody is pushing him. Everybody, probably what they agreed on was you keep quiet till your time is there. But everybody is pushing him 2 years before. So should I campaign? Will this guy support me now, especially during this time? Or should I just wait and be patient on what we agreed on? This is a very conflicting time for him. But we all know he wants to become president no matter what.
And do you support that?
Well, I am Yoruba and I won't lie. I don't support that guy. I don't support that guy. Any Yoruba person that would rather let Yoruba people die in order for power, I can never support him. I can never ever. I would rather support another Fulani man just to teach all of us another lesson. I can never support Tinubu. Never. Ever.
What? Why?
Because he's a smart man. If a smart man is doing all these kind of things, somebody that is not foolish, somebody that knows the difference between right and wrong, and he's very intelligent, and he's doing all this, who knows what he'll do when he finally has that power? He doesn't have full power. He's intoxicated. What about when he has power? You know?
Is that not what we need, a smart man?
Yes, but we need intelligent good, not intelligent evil. Intelligent evil is what we've been suffering in Nigeria for a very long time.
I get with you on that statement.
Oh, okay, who would you then rather see in 2023 sit in that front
seat? I don't mind Sowore, but
come on, no, you are not another one.
Yes. No. But the thing is that these people are pathological liars.
These people
That's the problem.
You. Don't let them bully you.
They are pathological liars.
No. Stand on your Sowore. Don't let them bully you. I'm strongly behind you.
I was honest.
Because
the problem now that we have in this country, the problem now that we have in this country is over 90% of these politicians are just narcissists and pathological liars. And even if they
Are you
not,
excluding Shore from that? Is
no, I
Shore
don't
a
exclude him.
narcissist?
That's why I'm making this statement. I don't exclude him. We don't know. Nobody knows what they are thinking in their head. We can only hope for the best. That's just the thing. And the problem also is that one thing I've noticed, because I'm very close to all these people like Honorable Obasa. I used to go to his house very well when I was in Nigeria. If they are not bad, when everybody is bad, when everybody is doing bad things, even if you are a good person, you don't want to look like the odd one out.
The system corrupts you.
Yes, this is what I've noticed. So,
is Obasa? Is he a good person? Is that
yes? I go to the house.
Do you know how many houses that guy has in Lagos?
I know
60.
Also. I know.
Do you know what his allowances are? Do you know how much money this guy is looting?
I see all the contracts in government house. Trust me, even for pen, even for tea, even for toast bread,
the
millions a month.
The Lagos speaker, Abi.
Not just the Lagos speaker, everybody in when I went to House of Representatives, before, they always record it, they show it on TV, they show all of them arguing. 1 hour, 30 minutes before they start recording, what they don't show you on TV is everybody there, they are friends. Even the people that you see on camera arguing with each other, immediately that camera goes off, they start laughing and shaking each other. They are not enemies. I've seen it with my own eyes many times. They just argue for TV. They are all friends, all of them, APC, PDP, they all love each other. They are all friends. It's just a party. It's just a group of people fooling Nigerians to get, guaranteed money. It's a show. It's a charade.
So what way out do you see?
Hold
on, Charles. What way out do you see, Solly?
Well, who knows the history of Romania? Who has researched on Romania?
What happened there?
In Romania, they had leaders exactly like Nigerian government. No difference.
Hold on, Solly. When you came in, there was one person that you reminded me of. Who does it remind you of, engineer? You can't remember. Ajale Koko, who does Solly remind you of?
This guy sound like somebody that been in here before, but I can't remember the name.
You remember it now. Does it not remind you of this guy?
Who?
Ife? Remember Ife?
Oh, it kind of sound like it.
Yeah, that's not Ife. No,
yeah.
Ife is here now. And as soon as Ife came in, I just realized that this is what you sound like. But you hear him in a minute. But carry on, Solly.
Yeah,
you were telling us about
in Romania, they had all these kind of issues with their leaders. Their leaders even used to do the same thing Nigerian government is doing, paying people to come and protest against protesters. They used to pay people to come for crime. Everything Nigerian government is doing, they did in Romania. But one day they paid about 100,000 people to come and support them, and those people said no. They collected their money, they chopped it, they ate their bread, they ate the money. And during their live presentation, the people started chanting and shouting that they don't want again. They are tired. Because all these kind of rubbish projects that Nigerian government is doing, they did it in Romania too. Everything, play by play, the exact same thing Nigerian government is doing is what Romanian government did before. The people gathered, they chased down their politicians and they killed them within 3 days. They had their courts, because all these people, if you bring a politician, we all know he's a criminal. We all know. Just open his bank account. See, one time I went. There was what's the name of local government chairman? I went to the bank. Let me tell you how they loot money. In
Nigeria.
Very 3 easy steps. This local government chairman, we went straight to the bank. This man told them, take the money from this account, put it in this account. Boom, finish. Money looted. Why can't the people in the bank say no? We are not doing this. That money that Kogi governor stole, why couldn't they knew that this money is for people. They took it from the account and they kept quiet and smiled. It is not only the politicians. Are the politicians doing the transfer? No, it is the bank. So,
but how can a banker say no to an instruction from a customer?
It all starts with one person. That's what I learned from Romania.
No.
It all starts with one person.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Yes.
Yeah, it might be the bank that informed EFCC about the transfer he's doing. You know, I think they have that banking law in Nigeria, banking rules by central bank. If they are making some suspicious transfer, they will alert the central bank or maybe you know, of what is going on, and you know, as well they can alert EFCC. I think
Yeah, they say if you
Obasanjo made that.
deposit certain amount of money, they
So,
have to alert the EFCC.
so
So that's what it is.
So if they are making transfer from government account to personal account or stuff, yeah, the bank have the responsibility to alert EFCC. Obasanjo put that law in place, and that is what is helping EFCC most, you know, to catch up on all these politicians that are looting money. So is
But
there?
we haven't seen any of them in jail.
Well, and that Romanian thing is a bit of a misnomer. Romania, less than 20 million population, the essentially an androgynous society, nearly 90% Romanian, then Hungarians and Romanese, you know, so, and they're all gypsies anyway, aren't they, Romania, you know? I didn't know the ones coming to do pickpocket in London Underground, the Romanians.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that is an example of some countries' history that I read. They're going through the same situation that we are going through, and they took action.
So I have a question.
The people cooperated because the people were one. In Nigeria, we are not one.
Yes, that's the point. That's the point.
Which is a very, very strategic thing that the British did. They will put one tribe to rule again over all the other tribes, so that they will never be able to. It's just like the city of Babylon. You know, why did the city of Babylon crash? Because God allowed all of them to stop speaking the same language. So there was no cooperation. In Nigeria, we don't speak the same language, no cooperation, all these things. They can never fight corruption. They can never fight all these things.
So what way out do you see then? You're a young man. You are the future. So what future would you like to see? How do you see?
We will just look. The new generation tends to speak up more than the old generation.
Right.
So the safest thing to do is wait for all these old people to die. Give them 10, 20 years. But what I'm
must be joking.
Now,
Do you know?
yes,
Hold on, Solly. Do you know how old Saraki is?
Not really.
Saraki is 57, 50s, mid 50s.
That's why
so you'll be waiting a long time. It's not that far off you.
That's the peaceful way. That's the peaceful way. Or law enforcement actually start doing their work, because the only people that can change Nigeria is law enforcement.
You'll ask Kali Baba to go and arrest Muhammadu Buhari. Is this what you're saying?
It is not impossible, but it is fear. It is fear that is ruling their lives.
Even law enforcement, once you bribe them, they will leave you alone now. So that won't work. Everybody wants to be rich. Everybody wants money. So forget it, man.
Did you hear the narrative of that? What is it called? The Super Cop that Hush Puppy was giving money to go and be bullying his own.
Oh yeah, Abba Kyari. I think that's
Abba Kyari. This is law enforcement in Nigeria.
Listen, the only way you can solve Nigerian corruption is to go back to the ways of your ancestors. If you want to take office, you take.
But our ancestors were worse. Our ancestors were worse.
No. I'm saying you take a oath. You take a oath. Use Ayilala Ogun to swear in. Say if you steal money, you die. Hey, that's the only way you can solve your problem. You stop using Bible to swear into office and Quran. And you expect people not to
swear on his mother and father's life. If you like, take him to shrine, he will swear and still steal that money.
Let them go and swear and steal, and then let's see what happens to them.
Nothing will happen. Nothing
will happen. Okay. You know what? I will invite you to a shrine. Hey, come and swear there. Tell me nothing happened to you.
Don't worry about that.
Okay, why is your shrine not fighting Nigerian government?
This is the thing. Where was the shrine when they were colonizing you?
Well, you guys turn your back on the. No, you guys turn your back on your ancestral ways. The ancestors, they are leaving you alone now to face your problem. So don't blame your ancestors. Don't blame the shrine for your problem. You're the one that turned your back away.
The ancestors were worse. History. It is written in the history books. The ancestors were worse. Democracy was a way for
all right. Just give him a moment, Mike. Yeah, that's better. So yeah. Thank you, Solly. So let me go from Solly because that line is. Actually, let me put you another question. Are you following the battle between AKANDE and ADEBANJO? ADEBANJO, of course, BISI AKANDE, of course, published his memoirs where he just castigated virtually everybody within the Nigerian political space, and they are now clapping back, accusing Pa Adebanjo of being a dullard and a greedy man. What are you making of that spat between the octogenarians?
Well, I think he just wanted to rewrite his own history, and all the people that he had as enemies, he started putting them in bad lights, and all of them started clapping back. These are just old people battles. He doesn't, this kind of issues is what affects Nigeria also. Personal problems, things like this. It will not help Nigerians. We shouldn't even be caring about it. We shouldn't care about this kind of people because they never helped any Nigerian except for when it came to evil. Their problems, their liars, the books. Who is going to really buy the book and read it and say this is the truth? So they are just old men still fooling themselves.
All right. And this expose, a British documentary exposed Adams Oshomole's involvement with the Black Axe, using them as political muscle during his pomp as a Edo politician. So that space now opens up cultism, politics, and thuggery. What are you making of that space, this expose by the BBC?
This cultism thing, God Almighty. If you see what I saw in Germany, God, Nigerian cultism is taking over Europe. It is very, very scary. And these Europeans don't know what they are going to face. But one thing I like about Europe and Africa is the difference between Europe and Africa is once these Europeans finally identify that this thing is a big issue, they will take action. This thing is going to come back to bite Nigeria very well, especially for the fact that a sitting governor is connected to all these things. It will explode in our face if we don't do something about it. And it will explode in Europeans' face if they also don't do anything about it. This thing is going to keep getting worse. This thing is going to keep exposing more and more people. I think it's even going to be worse than this Boko Haram issue. They are spreading like flies all over Europe. In Germany, they are everywhere. You have the opportunity to get a job. You have the opportunity for so many things. They are joining court. I don't understand. I really don't understand. It's becoming a very, very terrible situation. They are creeping into Netherlands. They are entering France. I don't know what to say again. It's very, very scary.
Who do you think? Where do you think they are coming from within the Nigerian space? Who are the cultists in Nigeria?
Well, it's mostly people from the East. Sorry to say, I'm not pointing fingers, but from what I've seen, is people from the East. A lot of
is it the East or the South? Is it the
Germany.
East or the South? Is it not really the Edos and people like that do these things?
Well, it's from that area. I know it's not Yoruba. I know it's not Fulani. I know it's not from the north, but it's from that area.
So if it's not Yoruba or Fulani, it's Igbo. You see, this is a
typical. I see them as one. I don't know why they keep on saying they are Delta, they are this, they are that. I see them as one.
Yeah.
But
I think we have a lot of them in Yoruba too. Yorubas that are real caught. They are there too.
Yes. But I said majority.
Yeah.
From what I've seen in Cyprus.
Majority. Okay.
From what I've seen in Germany and in Cyprus, this is what I can say. And it's very, very bad situation. They are killing people. They are kidnapping people. They are putting people into prostitution. So many things.
Yes, because we saw a clip that emanated out of Dubai not that long ago, where these boys they went into some.
And I went to Dubai during that period.
People up,
I went to Dubai during that period. It was a very scary time for me. How do they have the confidence to go to another man's country and be doing all this kind of things?
Did you see that? I couldn't bear to watch the whole of it. It was
very terrible. That's why I said these Europeans, they don't know. They have no idea what this cultism issue is. They are still playing with it. Very terrible. These people, God. Very, very terrible people.
And they've consumed the whole of South Africa with that behavior, the Nigerian cultists.
Yes. And they don't care. Sometimes they don't even have full proof that you are their targets. sometimes they don't have full proof that you are against them. They can just out of
What are they
suspicion
fighting
just
over?
cut you into pieces.
What are they killing each other over?
It's usually drugs and crime, isn't it? It's just
Yes.
Oh, rivalries.
Mm.
Oh, drug rivalries, drug lords.
Yes, and
Oh,
and
No,
perfect.
it's not
and
just
for
it's
and
not just
419.
rivalries. If they suspect you that you are maybe trying to move out of the court, or maybe you are having a conscience, or things like that, anything that is showing sign of fear, sign of
And they won't just
weakness.
take you down; they'll go after your family
Yes.
too.
Yes.
But the politicians seem to be using them in some ways,
The
according to
same way Tinubu is
there's
using thugs
yeah.
in Lagos. So
There's
terrible.
this rather notorious Edo gangster called Tony Kabaka. He was one of the main features of that BBC documentary, and he was saying that the politicians they hire them en masse during political periods and offer them official positions after politics. Huge
Yes, and
monies
protection.
because they showed money is being transferred by the politicians to this cultist. We also had the instance in Kwara State. You remember when they went to some bank in Ilorin and shut up the whole place, and they were saying that there were Sarakese political thugs who he armed, and then after politics abandoned. So cultism and politics, or Obasa. So what is your understanding of that space?
Well, cultism and politics. Most the politicians that use thugs, they are not qualified for the position, basically. That is the reason for the show of force. Because if you are qualified for the position and you are confident you have the backing of the people, you would not need thugs. When I was in Ekiti, when Fayemi won his first term and he was going for it, is it Fayemi or Fayoshi? Let me see. I usually guess them wrong because I know one of them.
Carry on. Just to the point here. Carry on.
So when he was in office, it was Fayemi. Fayemi is somebody that I noticed that yes, he was intelligent. He didn't used to use thugs, but when it came to Fayoshi, thugs straight from the market, thugs straight from gears, thugs straight from there, thugs straight, because he wants to harass the people and force the people to vote for him because they kicked him out before. There was a reason why they kicked him out, and it worked. This is Nigeria. When in Nigeria you commit crime, nothing happens to you. You start building up that habit till you normalize it. So this is the kind of thing that they now want to go and start taking abroad and wondering why people are acting different. Any politician that uses cults is not qualified for the position. It's just simple as that. He just wants to use force to enter.
Is it not a necessary tool for the Nigerian politician? Because you can
it is not. It is not a necessary tool.
No, this is why I'm saying it. So because usually when you are vying for a political office in Nigeria, there are usually two main protagonists, two most likely people that are likely to get that seat. So you know that your opponent is armed to the teeth with charms and thugs and money. So if you want to play Mr. Nice Guy, you might as well just sit at home and let him take that seat because he's armed with thugs, charms, and money. So you just to strike the balance, you have to arm yourself equally with charms, thugs, and money. So that's the Nigerian politics: arms, thugs, and charms, thugs, and money.
Yes, it is.
All right. So somebody wanted to interject. Who wanted to come in? Was that you, Igbo?
Yeah, it's me, Ife.
Oh yeah, cool. Yes, this is the guy you sound like. So Ife, let's hear from you. Where have you been, Ife?
I've been at times I'm backseat, but I've been.
All right. Let's hear from you.
Yeah. As it is now in Nigerian politics, you cannot do without cultists. I'm sorry. Either you use what's it called, thugs, cultists, or some form of violent groups, as it is in Nigeria now. Anybody can challenge me on that because I had an intel with somebody in Lagos. I'm based in Lagos, so sorry, I was in Lagos. So he was telling me that in my last local government, it was the a fraternity that the former local government chairman worked with. Now this local government chairman right now is working with a fraternity. So what they do
I'm
is
sorry, man. Can I interject real fast? In Lagos, Curtis can't run Lagos, man. He
I'm not
can't come. Curtis cannot come and run the Butemeta or say you want to go and run Oshodi. Yeah, or wherever you are, can't run there. It's the people that grew up in that neighborhood that run that place, man. You understand? In
hello,
Lagos, Curtis don't
Mike,
run Lagos.
Mike. You see all our neighbor guys, they are all in one court or the
We
other.
don't recognize
Let's
Curtis in
let's be
Lagos
sincere
as
with
the people
ourselves.
that run areas.
We are
It's the
not
people
saying
that
that
grew up
they
in that area that
wrong.
own that place. No, some
Yeah,
Curtis
but
that
they
run
are
university.
One man, can I interject?
Yeah, come in, Janle Coco.
Look, what Ife is saying or trying to narrate is absolute true of the situation in Lagos. Cultists are everywhere in Lagos. Mechanic, what do you call it? Organizer, Eleron, student in high school, even in elementary school.
There's difference between area boys
you
and
are-
Curtis, though.
What?
There's
hello.
difference between area boys and Curtis.
Adanle Koko,
Look,
Mike, do you know
look,
that I attended
they are
last
So yeah, we're going to take over
everywhere.
Shudi from MC. MC Olom. We're going to take
Mike,
over Shudi.
wait,
So
do you know?
Mike should not say, "Oh, there's no Totti or Curtis."
There's difference between
Look,
Curtism and area boys and
No.
talking. There's
they
big
are
difference.
those area boys are Curtis
They are
too.
not well.
What we are telling you,
You
you don't know.
categorizing them
What you
together,
don't
but
know,
it's
don't
not.
say
It's
it.
different.
Okay. Let Ife narrate that direct understanding that he has. So to you, Ife.
So the current chairman now gave some of their leaders position in his cabinet, such that they are now the people controlling the taxing system for Okadas and what's it called? All these commercial bus drivers. So that's what's happening. And to Mike, I stayed. I finished from Lagos State University when cultism was tough. Even it was during my time that this popular artist, Damoshe, maybe you know him, was killed in the front of Lagos State University.
Yeah, he's in a university, but not in the communities.
Wait now. Where I stayed was Franklas. Franklas is an Aye dominated area. My coursemate, the only son of the mom, was an what's it called, a fraternity guy. He was killed and his body dumped in freezer. The mom is undergoing psychiatric issue as we are speaking now. So what I'm trying to tell you is, you see all those Agbedo that are saying they are not cultists. There is a term they use among themselves, number. There was a time an issue came up, they were fighting. Then what happened was they killed one, and the other one was saying, when I called his number, he was not responding. So when you are saying that they are not cultists, I'm just maybe
Lagos culture, Lagosian don't respect cultism. We don't respect that kind of
Mike,
stuff,
just
man.
get away.
Lagosians,
What you don't know, you don't know.
hello,
you get
Somebody
away,
is
man. You
telling
don't know
you
what you're
what you
talking
know.
about.
And
Lagos
I
culture
know
is
about
different.
it too.
hello,
I
There's
know
different.
about this thing. Everywhere, they
Name
are
a
all
neighborhood
over
in Lagos controlled
everywhere.
by
Even in the
Is it
banking,
Ajegule that has a Curtis
even in
controlling?
the banking sector too. Professionals.
They are cut.
Professionals
I'm not saying there's
in
no
that our
cultism in
country.
universities
There are
in
lots
Lagos
of
or some
qualities
people.
all around
we
Lagos
are
now.
saying
This
streets.
guy don't know what is
Mike,
going on.
you don't know
He
what
will just
Lagosians don't
rub
respect
in
cultism,
somebody
man. We
else.
are bigger than that shit, man. We are too smart to be doing
So the
cultism.
question I want to ask,
Lagosians, we are all about money.
forget
We are hustling money. We are neighborhood crews.
all those
You
things.
can't come to
My
my
own
neighborhood
question
and say, yeah, hey, yeah, you want to control my neighborhood. If you don't
Look
grow
at
up there,
which
you are
neighborhood do you
nobody
have?
there. Yeah.
Tomorrow you will say
If you
you
don't
live
grow
in
up in that
Muki.
neighborhood, you are
2 weeks
nobody
ago,
there. You
you
can't
said
come
you
there and
are
say, yeah,
living
boy,
at
yeah, you want
Ajegunle.
Lagosians are not all about
and you
money.
come to Ajegule and be saying,
When I was in high school, so some of my high school mates tried to initiate us in a cult.
Shut
This
on.
is this
I'm
was their
making
this was their
money,
priority
man. I'm
back
not
then.
interested in all this gang rubbish, man. All this cultism. Man.
This was their priority back then, and majority of the class joined. I did not join. My close friends did not join, and we were the minority. So don't say Lagos is about this thing. People are doing crazy things out there. Because you
He
are
doesn't
focused does
know.
not
He
mean
just want to
everybody is
argue and
focused.
We don't
argue as
even
if
respect
it's only
cultism
him that know everything
in
that is going on in Lagos.
Lagos. It's in university
Mike,
So
and
sorry,
all
Mike.
these
You have to
good, all these
concede
states that are
that,
good Arabs.
yeah.
We don't respect all those kind of things.
Besides,
Oh,
Mike,
Lagos, we
those
believe
of
in
us that
culture.
See,
We are
see,
all right.
traditional.
let me tell
We
you
are
I'm just
more.
going to
Let me
hold
tell
on.
you
I'm just going
Abanjo's.
to put Mike in the
We had
back
to
seat for a
fight.
moment, just to
I had
free
to
up the
fight
space. Yeah.
not to join the cult. I had to fight physically, aggressively. They would shun you. They would tell girls not to talk to you. In SS1, SS2, SS3, they would tell guys not to talk to you. But thank God I was the kind of person that did not give a fuck. Sorry for my language.
Hello,
But
sorry,
this is what people are going through. It is
sorry.
not they want you to join. Now they are forcing people to join
Exactly.
through violence and through social shunning. They have different methods, different ways, because it is a method for them to survive. They need people to join in order to survive.
They will
Sorry.
cyberbully you. They will do a lot of our children in high
Is
school.
that not what just happened to that Sylvester boy that everybody
Yeah.
is outraged about?
Adani
Yes.
Koko, should I tell you my experience in the unit too? When I was in last week, I finished from Department of Physics. So, and physics is a very tough. If you are looking for sadist lecturers in all of Nigerian universities, physics lecturers, I don't know why physics is always blessed with those type of lecturers. So, and God so good, I'm one of these top guy academically. Do you know what they did when I was in 400 level? A cultist guy wanted to write his carryover. He came to me in my hostel that we don't want to disturb you. This guy, when you are writing your exam, you just have to help him to pass. Hello. As strict as I am, I just had to help that guy. Because if I don't do that, they are going to frustrate me. And the lecturers, the lecturers will look away. That's another thing. Something happened in this main board of Lagos State University. Cultists came, they harassed students and collected all the phones. Do you know what the security operative said when they reported the case? They said that they thought they were doing PE. That is physical exercise. That was what they were thinking. That was what why they did not say anything. So we should not shy away from the reality on ground. I don't know what will happen between now and the next 5 years. Even all these our traditional institutions, they are infiltrating them. I think what they are doing is more of they have these bad people, they have these bright people among them, and they have the other ones, maybe the politicians. So wherever they are finding a vacuum in trying to bring up their colleagues, if you are a bright person academically, you go there to fill in for them. If you are good in business, you go there and fill in for them. Like they're infiltrating every key sectors. We have lecturers who are cultists. Don't let us.
You know that that Dakolo guy, that Fatoyinbo, he was a cultist.
Yeah.
That one that now calls himself a pastor, he was a cultist.
My brother,
the Fatoyinbo, you remember what is his name? Is it Fatoyinbo or so something? The one that Kosa Church.
Yeah, that Kosa pastor.
Yeah.
You see,
he was a cultist. Still is.
My younger brother, the last born in the house. Thank God he finished and he's serving now. He had issues with cultists in his faculty, and what happened was I sent him some, these shoes from Marks and Spencer's, and he was Brogley, all these big shoes. So he was wearing them on campus, and to him, I've already warned him. I don't expect you to be putting on those type of expensive things on campus. Don't put unnecessary eye on yourself. But young kids they will be, when they are in that place, they will believe you should not be controlling them. They want to
he wants to impress babes now. What's the point of having wears when you can't impress babes?
Exactly. Then this harassment started. So I told him, I give you an instruction and you did not hit to it. You just have to. So you know what I did? I had to now connect my friend too that I know was a cultist, to now connect them in the school to leave him alone, just because of I'm close to them. So I think anybody who is a parent in Nigeria just have to be praying, be watchful, engage the children, engage them, and in right places.
It's a big problem.
Ajanle Koko, they are in football. All these places we play football.
Everywhere, I'm telling you, they are everywhere. Even the alatas, those that are sell pepper in the market.
I mean, when the 12-year-old boy can lose his life,
the organizer, the bankers, they're everywhere in that Lagos and everywhere in the southern Nigeria. We have a big problem ahead of us as people. Moral decadence, high level of moral decadence, everything.
And I'm surprised that Mark is talking about what's it called? Was he referring to Obalende? Ajanle Koko, you are from that place. The major issue in Isale Eko that causes all this street fight is cultism. I have friends. Yes, I have friends that are from the island. Whenever I'm bored in my party in Badagry, I normally go back to the island. At times I'll be coming, they'll tell me, Pego, no man wants you, but don't come now. Island is boiling now. You cannot come now. You know. And I'll be like, in school, it's people that are in their It's people that are in their
gang, in their set, in their battle.
Yeah, they said that they will see you as an answer that maybe you are informant. But I can't afford like you just be caught up in the space of all these problem we see, you know. So we don't need to.
It's a real problem, especially in the South. But really, I've always made the association with the South, with Edo, Delta, because I know they are very much into that sort of behavior. And by the way, all these fraternities, it's just being corrupted because it started like as an emancipation sort of thing. Just a black power, black emancipation sort of. But then it's been taken over by.
Is there anything that's not corrupted in Nigeria? Politics is corrupted. All fraternities.
One man, can I interject for a sec, please?
Yeah, come in, Nigeria. Yeah.
You just said something about Edo data. That's why I said let me interject.
Yes.
You see, the courtesan thing we are talking about here, yes, it's real. It happens in Nigeria. But remember, these in the 90s, it was restricted to schools only. And I could remember then, because I finished from Auchi Poly, I could remember then, it was mainly in the higher institution, not even in secondary school then, not even in primary school. This all craziness of cultist activity actually started in the primary school and in neighborhoods, I think from early 2000, if I'm not mistaken, or mid 2000, So it's everywhere in Nigeria, not just Edo and Delta. In Edo State, I agree with you, yes. There's more male cult in Edo State. They call them these Eye people, the Eye group. So the Eye and the the assmen, as they call themselves.
Is that pirate? You know that it was Wole Soyinka that actually started these things off.
That was in the, like I said, in the higher institution then. When the one Wole Soyinka started was not to.
That was the pirates.
Not the kind of violent ones. They weren't violent, like they were like, even it's a cultist group, we agree, but they were like trying to like balance their education kind of thing against brutal lecturers in school then.
Yes, no, it was
Relating
a
only they
human
have
rights
about them,
thing.
you know?
It was a human
Yeah,
rights
exactly.
thing. Yeah.
You know, so this crazy generation grew up and they infiltrated it into even primary school, even vulcanizer on the street in Nigeria. Some of them belongs to court. You know, so you were talking about the Koza pastor, the Abiodu Fato
Yeah.
Igbo.
Yeah.
You know, but
It
that
was a
guy never came
fratana.
out to say
It
he
was
was
a
a cultist.
fratana. No.
It was
It
your
was.
woman. What's her
They
name?
rusticated him. You know, they rusticated him once.
Yeah, they did.
For cultism. Yeah.
Even this man that fought against Obaseki in this last election.
Oshobaba.
No. That contested against Obaseki. Izeyam was rusticated as well. You know, from Unibem. That one even went as far to pour acid. Acid in the manhood of one of his students, you know. Wow. That's why they even rusticated him. Even the what was it called now? The chancellor that did it came out and spoke. If I call her name, you know her. Her name is Grace Alele Williams.
Oh, Alele Williams, know? Yes, that's a noted
name.
Yes, yeah.
So she spoke and said, yes, she was the one on seat as at that time when this thing happened. That it's true that she rusticated Yamu from school, you know, because he wanted to hide under the carpet to say no. So the lady have to speak, you know, for the populace to know that what this guy did was wrong then. Yeah, so those things played out against him. So the thing is, the lesson we should learn from cultism.
What about Tony Kabaka?
Actually, Tony Kabaka was my classmate in secondary school. We went to the same secondary school. You know? Yes, he is. He's a black ass. Tony Kabaka is a black ass member. You know, he is.
But he's a politician too. Is the
of course, the youth is the APC youth leader now in Edo State. Yes, he is.
And is a cross-party thug. Any government in Edo State power, you know, because I think was it Obaseki that went to destroy his hotel not that long ago, and then they built him
before the election.
Yeah.
You know why Obaseki did that? This was what really happened.
But they compensated him later.
Sorry?
Did he come? Oh, carry on. Tell us that story. But I think
the land he was building the land he built that hotel on was a government land.
Oh, forget
right?
That's usual.
So hold on. Let me explain. Let me land the point. That was not even the issue now. This was the issue. So when he was like running his mouth, Obaseki now sent people. You know, this government, if they want to nail you, they look at your loopholes, you know. He now sent people to tell him that land you are building your hotel, now you are running your mouth against me. Do you know that land is not even yours? It's a government land. You know what he said? What he said was what made Obaseki to destroy the hotel. He said Obaseki is an unripe mango. That Obaseki, what did he say again? That he actually abused Obaseki's late father, you know? So all those things put together, the government said no.
Why are the men from Edo State so ugly? We look at Obaseki, look at Tony Kabaka, look at Oshiomole. Why do they look like that?
I'm from Delta State. I'm from Delta State. Remember Delta State and Edo State? Hold on. Let me land the point. Remember Delta State and Edo State was formerly called Bende State, right? Was formerly called Bende State, right? Obaseki is even your brother, one man. Obaseki has a link to Yoruba.
No,
yes,
Yoruba.
Chola Obaseki, yes, Chola Obaseki.
Even Tony Kabaka is a Yoruba guy from
Adu, the same thing.
Tony Kabaka, Adu, yes. Tony is right.
Kabaka,
you know, so their origin, their trace is from Yoruba. Their family tree is from your side, Yoruba. So I should be asking you, not the other way around.
You know, because I've been noticing it. Look at Oshiomole, look at how he looks like. Look at Obaseki, look at how he looks like. Look at Tony Kabaka.
That's the wonders of God, one man. If you say that, meaning you are trying to accuse God.
Look at how he looks like.
All those are the wonders of God.
Why don't you
one man,
like
those are the wonders of God.
Why are you not handsome in that space? This is why we always take all your girls from you, isn't it?
Hey, Jiro, you still have time to listen to one man,
This is why we always take all
your girls. But look at Iseyamu is cute. The one that run against Obaseki is handsome man.
The cult member. But look at this guy.
Now from aye na for Yoruba land na. Aye na for Yoruba land. Now Rami and I carry copy boss now. Aye.
All right. Thank you.
We know what to be all right. What to be all right. You know.
All right. Let me just. I've had to remove Mike. Don't make me have to remove you as well. I want us to have like a steady session today. Just
one more. So I just wanted to ship that in. All right, continue with your show.
No, not you, but Tony, because he's going to do what Mike was doing just previously. That we have to excuse him. Okay. Then you come in, then Charlie Boy, and let me come to you then with this UK bows remove Nigeria from red list. So it looks as though Nigeria is taking victory after victory. First, they defeated the Arabs in the UAE. Now they've defeated the English in London. So what are you making then of UK now being brought to their knees?
Yeah. I think it's good that I think it's good that Nigeria stand up. I think African people need to stand up for themselves. You can't let these foreigners to them like dogs and kittens. Because French done to other countries. A lot of the French, like Congo, a lot of the French countries are so poor in Africa. A lot of the French African countries like Congo having a war.
Congo is not poor. Congo is richer than Nigeria. Congo is the most mineral rich, and I'm sure Ife will correct me on that. But as far as I understand, Congo is the most mineral rich country on the planet.
I think what Jake is trying to say is in terms of the population. It's not talking about the mineral deposit. You understand?
But are they richer than Nigeria in mineral deposits?
Yeah, sure. There's no mineral you are looking for in the world that Congo does not have. There's not. Even recently, we used to think they don't have petroleum. They've discovered petroleum and natural gas there too.
The thing that silicon. I think that is where they find 90-something% of silicons that they used to make. You see all these phones that you have in your hand. If you remove Congo from this phone, it won't work. Congo, Brazzaville, 95% of it in that country, and it's the poverty capital. This is Africa. But then, Charles, you were saying.
Yeah. The way that I was saying about Congo, the way that I'm saying that a lot of African countries, this is what the European, this is what the Western world does. A lot of African countries, they come to land. And that's when China eventually took over Africa eventually, because African leaders are dumb. China eventually buy all the land in Africa.
They've already taken over Namibia, as far as we understand. They are going to change it to Shandong Province, Africa branch or something.
Because here's the thing: the Western know that African leaders are dumb. They could treat them with money.
Do you think African leaders are dumb, Charles?
I think I think African leaders act like babies. They're dumb. They don't realize that the Western will use it for money.
Why do you think they're dumb?
Because remember when Tom make a comment about Nigeria, and that showed me how they really think about Africa. This Western world. The comments. That's what they believe. They believe Africa is a shithole. Africa are hot, but not.
Do you think that, Charles?
No. If I ask most Europeans or Americans, they would say that they think Africa is like all lined wilderness. There's no nice building. That's people think that. That's what they portray Africa, and that's what the African leaders are making them portray. The African leader making the African leaders a bad image, and now it's affecting us.
Do you think Africans are the dumbest of humankind? Do you think they're the dumbest?
Yeah, they're the dumbest because the African leaders don't realize what they're doing is affecting us. We're being discriminated.
Do you think I am dumb, Charles?
No, the way I'm saying, because what they're doing...
I'm African, so...
Yeah, no, that's what the black people in the USA are suffering and being discriminated more and being judged because what African leaders are doing to them. African leaders making black people here bad image. They don't realize what they're doing to us. Because now they think all African leaders are co-op. African leaders are African people
I agree with what you're saying, by the way, Charles, because what you are saying essentially is that because of the way the African leaders are and the way they run that country, a lot of people then look at that as the example of black people in general not being capable, because there's no standout black-run country that stands as an example of them being able to do anything. So yes, you are right. Yeah.
Look what happened in apartheid in South Africa. It's a good example how African people are dumb. They can't support each other. Look what happened in apartheid.
No. What happened there?
No. Apartheid happened in South Africa. They killed Nigerians because that's true. African people, they can't love each other.
Oh,
They
right.
like
Yes.
to hate each other. They can't love each other for some reason. They like to hate each other. The African want to do evil thing. They want you for the money. They don't love you. The African boys don't love each other. They want
No,
to
I think
attack
they
you.
do. You know, you out of everybody on this planet, I probably say you find more empathy amongst Africans than you would anyone else.
Yeah,
I
know, but
because we're a society-based, a family-based culture people.
I know, but
So you find more empathy, which
I know
is
something. I
yeah.
know something in Africa. I know something about African people. Like let's say when you rich, when you kill someone, let's say you kill someone to be rich, they'll praise you like you're a king. I swear to God. And even
Don't swear to God because you'll be wrong. You are wrong to say
Nigeria,
that.
they do that. Half of
what?
these people who killed people to get money, juju, they'll praise you for something. To do that in Igbo land too.
No, they wouldn't praise you for killing somebody for voodoo money. Where have you seen that?
No, in Igbo land they do that too. I swear to God, in Nigeria they do that.
They don't do it.
I'm not. Well, I swear to God they do that. Do you know why I know they do that? I was watching.
Yes, how do you know?
Watching a song. I was watching a song, and the guys they were singing a song about a guy who killed someone in Malaysia. They were singing a song praising. How dumb are these people in the song? That's why I feel it. I think people are dumb.
You know, I don't know what song you heard.
I'm just
but
saying,
if they are saying they killed somebody in Malaysia, then that is more to do with the cultism that Ife was explaining to us
that's
earlier.
why I think African people need to stop praising. They need to stop thinking. They need to stop thinking that your wish is like a god. They need to stop thinking about that.
But that's the culture everywhere. Money rules.
I know
even in America, money rules.
But here's different. Here's different in America. If you be rich, most rich people in America they went to somewhere to get. But African rich people are different. They rich people.
What do you mean? Which school did Bill Gates go?
No, I'm saying African rich people are worse. African rich people, they're the type of people who kill their brothers to get rich. I'm sure.
Well, that's the culture everywhere.
No, but it's worse. It's worse. I should say at the moment. Why is that rich people in America are much better than rich people in Africa?
Why are they better? How are they better?
In America, you see a good rich guy in America who actually.
Well, you see good rich people in Africa too.
No, but in Nigeria, you don't.
You don't see good rich people.
No, in Nigeria, you know why I say this? In Nigeria, a lot of times you're surprised. You don't see that. A lot of these people in Nigeria are criminals because those type of people who build a house abroad, but their own village have bad.
You know, criminality is an.
Have you ever lived in Nigeria before?
No, he's only been to Nigeria once. You know, criminality. Hold on, Charles. You know, criminality is an anomaly in Nigeria. It's not the norm. Even though you hear it all the time, the average Nigerian is one of the most honest person on the planet.
I give them look at the guy Iman. There's one Igbo rich guy Iman. If you go to his village,
money, yes.
No, his village is bad word in his village. I'm surprised.
Yes, the average Nigeria is one of the most nicest and one of the most honest people you can find on this planet.
Yeah, well, that's a fact, and people keep saying like everybody is out to rob. You know, nobody on this platform I can confidently say is a criminal, and that's just a cross section of her.
But woman, you gotta admit, I'm saying it too. I'm saying because most of these guys they build a house in the village, but you wonder why is the road to their village so bad? How's that possible?
That's not their responsibility.
No, but they could help influence which people.
Let me tell you, you are an Igbo man, but let me tell you, Igbo culture, you are right. You see, Igbo culture, you know, I once said, maybe when I was having it out with one of these Eastern people that come here, that Igbo people are tribes people, and they are tribes people. They'll go around the world, but they never leave their village. And what do I mean? They will gather all of the money that they can and go and build these fantastic structures in their village. They will only ever go there on Christmas, if ever, but they will build some of the biggest, most beautiful houses you'll ever see in your life in some village. So that is their responsibility. But tarring that road is not their responsibility. But what they do, because you can't build that structure in the midst of poverty. So they always do something for the community. So they either build like a water, because it's usually water that that's one of the things that they contend with. So they build some public water facility or run a pipe from their house into the public so that they don't have to go to the stream. So they always are put back into society in the Igbo culture.
Yeah, but that's why I think rich people in Nigeria could actually save Nigeria if people could actually influence the government, that influence stuff. But if people in Nigeria don't do that, they're lazy. I swear to God.
How can you be that? That's a contradiction. That's an oxymoron. How can you be rich and lazy? It's not. You cannot be rich and lazy.
This is one of the things we're complaining about. When you try government for streets.
Yeah. So, but yeah. Sorry, Charles.
I'll give Kenya a good example. I mean, in Kenya. Rich people in Kenya, they build skyscraper, build stuff in Kenya, and they influence the government in Kenya, which people don't. But Nigeria don't do that.
Have they ever built anything like Banana Island in Kenya? Even in America, one of the architectural marvels of the world, to reclaim ocean and build a city on it. We did this in Nigeria.
This is what Nigeria is going. This is what Nigeria people are not understanding. They don't realize. The reason why I give Kenya good example and give me Kenya rich people. One thing I like about Kenya rich people than Nigeria rich people, at least in Kenya rich people, they're caught. Or at least
there's no such thing as a Kenyan. The richest man in Kenya is a poor man in Nigeria.
But in Nigeria rich guy who could never build a nice building in Nigeria. Can never. But which can Kenya will be a nice skyscraper.
We are building cities out of the ocean. Out of the ocean is nothing.
Charles, when last did you watch Nigerian movie?
Look at this guy, Charlie boy.
One minute. So stop lying to yourself. See, this is what Nigeria likes itself.
Have you heard of Banana Island? Have you heard of Banana Island?
Watch Nigerian movie. That's it.
Charles, you're sounding like an average Black American right now.
No, that's the truth. Isn't that true?
It's not the truth.
Why in Kenya? Most people in Kenya build skyscraper. Why in Nigeria they can't build that? I just said that. Think about that. Let's think. Why in other African countries you see people building skyscrapers, building walls? But in Nigeria they can't do that.
I think I can understand what Charles is
saying. Electricity we use in the elevator for the skyscraper.
Okay. Then Adale Koko say, okay. Tell us then what
is fired up. Yeah. What Charles is saying is that Nigerian rich people are not doing anything to better their society and their people. And they don't use their influence, to influence, government to put in place good road and good infrastructure, but rather they colluded with criminals in power and continue to collude with them to corner the resources and loot the resources together. That is what this guy is saying.
Yeah, but the same obtains in Kenya. Kenya is not the example.
Yeah, but Kenyans, you can still see Kenyans have good infrastructure. They have constant electricity. Their country is accessible to people all over the world. White people come there, Arabs come there. But Nigeria is not accessible. There we have insecurity problem. People cannot move around in Nigeria.
And we have mosquitoes.
And you have mosquito that will bite somebody and go and kill somebody.
No.
What this guy is saying, I mean, he's saying some truth here. If we really listen to him well.
Nobody is arguing that.
I just wanted to push him a bit.
About people that build good houses in the village. What is the purpose of building fantastic houses when you don't have good road to lead to that house? What sense does that make? Does it make sense?
Yeah, but it's not their responsibility to build that road.
Why can't you use there? Why can't they use their power and their influence, to put pressure on the government to build good roads. That is what Charles is saying.
Because you go die before your time.
What you go back and die? I mean, look, what is the essence of your money when you have money and people around you are so poor because you want to show up?
Nigeria is suffering from insecurity.
And you know what's going to happen to that house? Erosion will come and sweep that house away one day. So what is the purpose? That is why these guys is saying that African people are so dumb. We are so dumb and we are not smart because we don't work together as a team. We don't work together to make things work for the goodness of generality of us. This is what Charles is saying.
But it can never work together because we are not one. We are not one tribe. We were fixed intentionally like
no.
So
forget about one tribe. What? How have you Igbo? Hold on.
Can I finish,
in Igbo,
please?
let me put my point. Let me answer your question.
Like this for the
let me answer your question quick before you go say you will say something.
Be able to work with each other.
Hold on 1 minute.
Put together.
Hold on. Forget about that. Or that one you are talking about a larger problem. In Igbo land, do you people work together?
Yes, but
in
this
Yoruba
is what the
land,
Igbo
hold
say.
on. In Yoruba land, do we work together?
In Yoruba land, we can work together.
Do we work together now?
Because in Yoruba land, this is our
culture. Do we work together now in Yoruba land?
If somebody is doing something bad, if somebody is doing something bad in Yoruba land, after a while, people begin to call it out. We do not let bad people sit down and rest and continue for a long time. Now, in the north, they can let it go on. Because it's un-Islamic.
No. Why do we have bad people? So why do you have bad people in charge of
society? There's bad people in every society.
No, hold on. Let me make a point. You see, in that Yoruba land you are talking about that, yeah, we can work together. I believe with you. I agree with you that, yeah, we should be able to work together. But what have we done to each other? Look at the people in government. Are they good for us? Are they doing what we're supposed to do for us? But we continue to vote for them.
That government you speak of is filled with other tribes, other cultures.
No, government. Is Lagos State government? Is it Lagos State governor and Hausa man? Is Ogun State governor and Hausa man?
When a criminal travels,
are we not the one governing our own space? What have we done better for ourselves?
Nothing.
We have done the worst to ourselves than any other people did against us. We ourselves, Gogon, we have done the worst. And that's to portray the point of Charles that we are dumb people. You keep voting for criminals to continue to loot your system, and you want to tell me that you are smart? You are not smart.
The criminals have seen strategy that works. See the thing that you are complaining about. You are saying we have done the worst thing to ourselves. Yes, because our criminals can go to another tribe and seek refuge there.
No, that is not the way.
Yes,
that is not. Let me tell you. Hold on. You just told me.
Let me
hold on. That's a Yoruba nation argument you are making, isn't it, Solly? That's a Yoruba nation argument.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Our criminals go to other tribes to seek refuge.
Yeah, but that's a Yoruba nation argument.
Let me tell you what.
So why would they not continue to get support?
No.
If they had nowhere to seek refuge,
hold on.
there will be nobody to support them.
Do you want to listen? Let me tell you something.
I broadly agree with what Solly is saying, because I think we've had that sort of conversation here before.
No, let me tell you.
If we had Yoruba nation, these people have a narrow space. They have to account to their own people. But if you have Nigeria, you don't have a people. You have so many escape routes.
No, wait. Let me tell you, one man. The set of people we have as our leaders in Yoruba land are criminals. They are criminals that don't care about their people, but only themselves, their family, and their associates around them. We are in the same Nigeria, in Second Republic, during the Shagari, Awolowo, and all the rest. The Awolowo parties, they build roads,
They build schools. They build low-cost housing for everybody. They did a lot of things that make
but we had a
life better
regional
for their
system
people.
then. We had
No,
a
not
regional.
regional. No, we don't have regional system.
Right.
We did not have regional system. Second Republic was not regional.
Right.
It was the First Republic that was regional. Second Republic, when we had people that are responsible to that are recommitted to developing
about
their
the
own place,
the
Jakonde and all the
Yes.
rest.
I'm
People that
Rosali
are patriotic.
Jackson.
People that are patriotic to their community and their people. They work. They make things work. Things work for all of us. There are some of our group, some of my friends that would not have been to school, that went to school because they are from poor home, because there was a free education. And when you go to hospitals, hospital services was free too, and there was medicine in the free in the school. I mean, in the hospital, and it was free. What is it, and how much are they making then? Back then, little money. How much? What is their revenue there? Little. Jakonde by then was making just maybe 40. Maybe
what was their population then?
It is not population.
They don't make a difference. They were any less. They were any less.
Oh, that time, maybe Jakonde was making 40 million.
Yes.
As revenue. Do you know how much Lagos State were making a revenue now per month? They are making billions.
Yes.
Maybe they make about 10 billions per month now, or more than that. I cannot really be sure of how much.
I think it's 400 billion a year.
400 billion. So they make maybe 20, how much is it a month compared to 40 million back then? And Jakonde was able to build within 4 years, was able to build about 50,000 low-cost housing around Lagos State. He was able to build, we had only one Iju Waterworks. That was the only one that colonial people built for us. He increased it to 4. He increased another 4. He added another 4 to it within 4 years. He conducted free education. Free education, and he was the one that built Lagos State University, Lagos State Polytechnic, Lagos State Lacoste, or what did they call it? Lagos State some other higher institution within 4 years. Within 4 years. And they did a lot of they built roads. There are many roads. There are many places. He's the one that opened up this Omole and Ijodu, this Okwebi. They are the one that opened up that place. He's the one that built that secretariat. That secretariat you have in Alausa, he built it. The old secretariat used to be in where we have this police around the corner of GRA in Ikeja. He built that place. Look at all these things that these people did. General Hospital, he's the one that built General Hospital Bagada. He's the one that built General Hospital Ikorodu. He's the one that built General Hospital Agbawa Ikosi. He built General Hospital Agege. He built General Hospital Agbawa Ikosi. He built General Hospital what do you call it? This other place within 4 years. So where you have leaders that really want to work for their people, they will work. Forget about the constitution, forget about other things. I'm not saying that the constitution is good or what we have now is good, or please don't get me wrong. But what I'm saying, if these people still want to make things work for us and provide us all the basic amenities that we need to make our society work, they can still do it, but they are just robbers. They are criminals. They are rogues, and they are.
Hold on.
Carry everything.
Ajale Koko, hold on. Do you know what the Lagos population is around about that time that you're speaking to in the 80s? Lagos population, they estimated in the 80s to be just 5 million thereabout. You know, this is the data. So, but now 25 million. So from the 80s, it's just shot up astronomically to 25 million. So let me even move this cursor to see if I can be more precise. So from right about the 1980s, when it was roughly approximately 5 million, that was the attribution, it's gone up to 25 million. 1980s, 90s, the 2000s. So look at that trajectory in population growth. And that, of course, the pressure on resources and everything else. Or the geographical mass, it doesn't move. There's no more land, but more people condensed, pressuring on resources with on facilities with limited resources. So there's a lot of extraneous factors that come into play. But I agree, of course, that mismanagement. Yeah,
Can I interject, please?
Yeah.
I would disagree with you a little bit, and Adan Lekoko will help me. You said people are trooping into Lagos, right? And the population is high. Do you know the money they generate on all these taxes? Either you are paying to Agbero on the road, or you are going to the market and all those market women paying wool. So the last time you heard what Tinubu's daughter did to people in this market, is in that they said that they should come and pay some money. Is it
5 million? Yeah.
5 million. That's aside the money they make on them as wool shop
almost 1 trillion naira a year.
Every day. You understand? The best governor Lagos State still has to date is Lateef Jakonde. He did not. He only be.
Thank you.
He only did that Lagos this best governor thing just in the space of 4 years. You know.
What do you mean best? Because he built some funny houses. No. Is this what you're talking about?
What?
What did he do? What did he, no,
sir.
Hold on, Tony. You're the one who said it. Back it up.
He built
some funny houses.
Okay. Let me give
some
you
funny houses that smell funny.
Don't worry. Most of the Lagos State.
Look at Third Mainland Bridge. Third Mainland Bridge will soon crash in a couple of years.
Why do you want it to crash? What are you talking about?
They're
It
working
will
on
crash.
it. There's
I studied
nothing is going to
architecture.
crash, my brother.
They are fixing it now.
Give that in 3 to 5 years. It is
Why
going
would
to crash.
fixing it now?
How
They
long
are
have
maintaining
you
it
been in
now.
Nigeria now?
They are not maintaining it.
Look at this guy.
Would you climb that bridge if that's how they maintain it?
When last did you go to Nigeria?
I don't know what he's talking about.
Okay.
You don't know what you are talking about. But yes, you were saying because Jakonde built some bungalow somewhere is the best governor.
One man.
Don't mind one man. It's just the one you.
Oh my
I
goodness.
know, but what are you talking about?
Bungalow.
Because they built bungalow, it's the best governor.
Apart from that, the bungalows, housing estates in the whole, there's no state, there's no local government in Lagos State that Jakonde did not touch. The secondary school we have in Lagos State now that have almost the similar structures in the state nation in that state was built during Jakonde's time. It was Jakonde that connected almost every roads that opened most towns in Lagos State.
So the rural area, every rural area, you are going to Ikorodu, you are going to Ekpe, you are going to Agbowa, you are going to what do you call it, Badagry, you are going. They built roads everywhere, so and then they had these ferry services to move people from Ijora, I mean from CMS to Apapa and to Mile 2.
Marina to Flower Mill.
You know, these are the things that these people did within short period of time, 4 years. Yeah. And he started this metro service. Lagos State will have built metro services.
Exactly. And all the all the hospitals we have in Lagos State, all those hospitals, general hospitals, it was Jakonde that opened most of them.
That's what I was saying earlier. And they equip them, they don't know just open, they equip them with sophisticated equipment. All of them had laboratory, all of them had with sophisticated, because all the equipment
They imported everything.
Exactly.
With the X-ray, you can have a full treatment on any problem in every general hospital in Lagos.
I remember when I was still very small. I did my operation in what's it called, in one of the general hospitals in Lagos State.
No.
20 years later, 20 years later, I wanted to go and do blood test when I wanted to travel. I just prayed to God, until I leave this country, don't let me have any sickness again that will take me to general hospital in Lagos State.
Joton.
And
it was a bit too icky way that built those structures.
No, there was Children's Hospital. Lagos Island, you forgot that? Lagos, the Children's Hospital. Children's Hospital. Remember Children's Hospital?
Yes, Mercy.
Yes.
Mercy
in Lagos Island, very close to the Lagos Council.
It's Mercy. They call it Mercy Children's Hospital.
Yeah, my uncle's wife was a senior nurse, and then it was very beautiful. So we are thinking about the future. The children will be taken care of, And then all these things were, they were all replicated in the 5 states. This data
the same thing they did all over,
yes,
with
all over.
with everything.
If you go to Delta State today and Edo State, only what our boys did that we see how they. Yes. Powerful guy.
No, he did not. Look at, you see, you have to understand that government is a continuum, and whoever, like, let me cite you an example. When Buhari came in, very quickly, a few months into his administration, he went and commissioned the Kaduna-Abuja Railway, and a lot of his acolytes, they were trying to give their attribution that look how quickly he has worked, and Buhari said to them that I cannot be a liar, I cannot claim to have built a railway, that this guy, my predecessor, built it, I'm just the one commissioning it or opening it or whatever. So a lot of these attributions that you are giving to Jakande, they are the culminations of projects that were ongoing by previous administrations that he
not true.
That's not true. You cannot say hold on. You cannot say in 4 years he did all of these things.
No, that's not true. What you are saying is not true.
Come on.
Political ideology. Political ideology of the leader.
What
that was the political ideology.
One man.
These
are a group of people that came into government with the purpose of developing their space, and they did it. They had a leader. They had a leader
in 4 years.
Oh yes. Why do you say what is so difficult? Okay, Awolowo that we are talking about. How many years did Awolowo govern? And he was able to do all the things that he did. I will not govern for between 3 and 4 years.
I think I will agree with one.
And he was able to put in place all those things that he did.
Yes. No, hold on. Let's hear from Solid.
It's not difficult. It is not difficult.
Hold on.
It's a matter. It's a matter of pursuing a plan.
It is not feasible.
Oh no, but because you are
feasible.
It is not feasible. So you look like that.
No. To logic, it doesn't sound feasible. All of these projects that you've just enumerated, that you've just listed, and you are attributing that this guy did all of that in 4 years. That's not feasible. That doesn't cohere. That does not erase.
Let me tell you one man.
It's a culmination.
Let me tell you one man, because
he finished off.
Yeah, you are talking like modern days Nigerian, because we have people that have governed our spaces for a long time that never achieve anything for us, and they lie and we make it feel that it's so difficult to develop our spaces. Let me tell you this: when you have people coming to government that have their plan, they know, they understand.
Do you know how many big projects that you've just listed to?
Wait, I will agree with one man.
Hold
on, one man. Let me tell you this.
Yeah, go on.
They did it all over the West, all over the Southwest. Look, this is a party. This was a party with leader Awolowo, surrounded with people with the same commitment. We are going to develop Yoruba land and show it to the whole nation that yes, for them to see what we can do so that we can win election. They can vote for us and we can do the same across Nigeria. That was their plan. They had their plan and they went into action from day one, and they started it from day one. Look what Jakode did in Lagos State. We had 2 school sessions. We have morning section school and afternoon section school. When Jakode assumed office, the children were in what do you call it? They are in long-term vacation. This 3 months and this month, whatever. Within 3 months, they were able to build schools around Lagos State. And by the time they resumed, the children came back. They canceled the 2 sessions to 1 session.
Do you know how long?
They built schools around Lagos State. I'm telling you, this is what I saw.
Hold on.
You may be right. Around Lagos State within 3 months.
He's not actually right. It's not. He may be right. He's not actually
yes, but in today,
do you know, can you hold on, please?
Experience.
Can you hold on? Do you know how long Jakande was in government in Lagos State?
4 years and 3 months.
No, it wasn't there for 4 years and 3 months. It was there for 3 years and 2 months.
No, so, 4 years and 3 months. Who told you that? 4 years, 3 months. They started in 1979 and they took them out of government in 1983.
Okay. Jakande was in the governor of Lagos State from October 1979 to December 1983.
Yes. That is 4 years.
Where's the 4th
year? That is 4 years.
October, November, December. November, December, that's 2 months.
That is 4 years. That is 4 years, 1 month.
4 years, 3 months.
That is 4 years, 3 months.
Oh, okay, all right. So that's
that is 4 years,
so you're saying he did all of that in 4 years?
Yes, this is what I witnessed.
No, 1 man, can I say something? Can I
but it's possible though.
See, can I interject, 1 man? See, what Ajanle Koko is saying, because it's very, very correct. And there's one guy that is shouting in the window, which I align with perfectly. You see, those days, what they did in Lagos, not only in Lagos, it was the party project, UPN. Anywhere you find UPN that time, when you see them, they were doing everything practically. If you see the secretariat at Alabaka today, that built by Adekunle Ajasi, and you see what Jakande was doing in Lagos, it was like every of the program was across the party. So you see we replicate everything. Now, you see that time, like one guy is saying there, when you look at investment that Odua investment alone had that time, they were generating revenue and they were using that revenue to develop the community, the estate. So these were the guys that came to power and they left and you could not even find 1 kobo they stole, like the people of today. So they dedicated everything. The civil service.
Because they had only 1 house. Only 1 house.
Exactly.
Only 1 house.
Oh, that's declared.
The same thing, no, that's only 1 house.
Buhari sent
only 1 house. The same thing, the same thing, Bola. The same thing. Ambrula did not even have house.
Who told you that? Well, come on, man.
Ambrula did not have house because he was a professor.
No,
that's the fact. Abu Salih did not have house. Yes, he retired to his family house, not his own house.
There you are.
Not his own house that he built. No.
There you are. He had a family
house. Not his own house that he built.
I'm telling you, one man, what you don't know. What Abu Salih died a wretched man. For 4 years, when he was living in State House.
No pension. It was.
He did not. Which pension? You think it's like this? You think it's the way they are looting your money now? They don't have pension. Which pension?
What do you mean?
Can I interject?
Hold on. Let's
you know that you were saying, can we see a modern example, or it's not achievable in 4 years? We have countries that have done these things. These things are not. What's it called? They are not rocket science.
No, within the Nigerian context, I don't buy it. You know, do you see all of the projects that they listed? That because they coordinated resources across the sub-region and then they've done this. It's too fantastic.
This is why I agree with one man. When I go to Lagos Secretariat, Lagos Secretariat, there's a place where they put plans. These plans have been there from Tinubu's time. All these governors that have come and gone, they are just placeholders. They are just frontmen. Every project that is happening in Lagos has been from Tinubu's plan. There has been a large plan, and that is how most of these governments run their states. When I went to Ekiti state government, when I entered the governor's office, this is how they run their plan. The governor just comes and just follows and continues from
Why are you
where
going
they
to
are.
every governor's office? Who are
So
you?
my
This guy.
question
This
is,
guy is a funny character.
Let me
Yeah,
ask you
sorry.
my
Yeah,
question.
yeah.
Let me ask before I will ask you my question when I make my point. You
Okay, go on,
said these
Ife.
things are not rocket science. We are not saying that we want to be the one. We are going to the moon. That we need a research. The problem we're having in Nigeria today now is overinflated budgets because somebody wants to build a 50,000 kilometer road and say that he's building a 1,000 kilometer road. You understand? Don't let us be deceiving ourselves. You know, we have countries that have done this thing. This guy, this Cuban revolution leader, I think Fidel Castro, I'm not saying that is or best example. When he got into the power, you know what he did? He told people who have finished their who have retired from the civil service to please volunteer as teachers. He only focused on 3 sectors: the health sector, the education sector, and also infrastructure. Today, Cuba boasts of the best health sector in the world. The education system is one of the best that Nigeria had to even send Nigerians to go and study in Cuba during, I think, Abacha's time. So these things are not, we are not saying that we want to start researching on how we are going to the moon, then from the moon, how we are going to the Mars. We are talking about...
No, it's too, you see, it doesn't cohere. The time frame, the landscape, the
What's the landscape
backdrop.
of Lagos? Lagos that you will travel
No,
from...
not the landscape in terms of the geographical landscape, the Nigerian space, the Nigerian narrative, it doesn't cohere with this, you know, it sits more with what Solly was saying, that this is the continuation of already existing projects, which he may well have dedicated
One man, you are
And I
speaking your
just
own
speak my own
to
mind.
actual, yeah.
investigate
But
it. This is what you are
One man,
saying is
can
your
I say
own
something,
opinion.
please?
Yeah.
Go and investigate it, then you will get the fact. What you are
One man, can
expressing
I
now
say
is
something, please?
just an opinion.
Well,
Based on what we have seen, based on what we have seen, the way they have governed
one man.
Nigeria, that doesn't work. That is the way you are looking at it.
No, and the time frame, as well, and then the list of projects that you are attributing
let me add something to what one man is saying. See, one man, you are measuring Nigeria based on this bastardization that we suffered in that country today. See, this were the period that this guy, if they were going to build, let's say, high rising, like let's say 10-story building, that this guy could barely achieve it within a year. So, because everything that time was at his speed, this thing, see, one of the Obasanjo dropped government in October 1979. Obasanjo didn't have that plan. The Lagos State administrator that time didn't have that plan. This thing was purely, all those projects were purely UPN projects, and they executed it at a speed. Even though although MPN2 were doing their own, but they were marred with different level of corruption and embezzlement. But this one of UPN, I will know what we slaughter. Oh, sorry for that strong language. I will know what will be on your neck and do everything to send any
No. Hold on. I'm an Awo fan too, but I think sometimes we look at that guy with rose tinted glasses, and I've got an Awo cap, but let's not get carried away. But let me acknowledge Alexander Super Chat, which has been sitting on the screen for a while. It was actually super chatting this to Tony. He says, Tony's voice makes me spooky. Sounds too close to my Jex. It was very close to me. His demise touched me. So he's talking about our own Tony. Tony, sorry, where's your name, Tony? Let me see.
Tony Africa.
Tony Africa. Is Tony talking about you, Tony Africa, that your voice sounds very much like Majek for checks. which
Oh
we
my
have
God.
which we have made. You have to go and look it up now, find out who Majek Vashek is, because everybody thinks you sound like him.
Now, our brother now.
Alexander continues to super chat. It says, it must be a generational thing. Mobolaji Johnson, my governor, is the best Lagos State governor. He was spectacular. So that is what so forget Jakonde is what Alexander is saying via super chat. So that's the super chat from Alexander. But let's just get back because of the pressure of time. And so thank you, Charlie Boy. Let's go on to engineer who is looking like he's just about ready to read through the screen and give me a slap if I don't come to him. So you of course breathe, but then the Nigerians have put you on your knees with regards to this your silly red list. So Buhari strikes again and gives Boris Johnson a dirty slap. What are you making then of MALLAM Buhari bringing your prime minister to his knees?
Yeah, greetings to everyone. And it's time for us to say hallelujah. You see, the other day I was talking about something here. Some other guys in the platform, they're trying to say this and this and that. I said something. These people have no right. Number one, they don't have no right. Not because our country is into a little minor issue, they think that they can come out and put our country into red list. They are making a huge mistake because they will be at loss. No Nigerians will be at loss. They will be at loss. One, I give example the other day, I said it. British Airways, if we know how many British Airways always land in Nigeria, I'm telling you, you guys won't even, you'll be shocked. Because at the end of the day, if Nigeria should ban them, I'm telling you, most of them will lose their jobs. They'll go back to be signing for money. So their government will help them out. In terms of Dubai, I said it clearly, Dubai, they don't have no right. They have no right because they will be at loss. Because look, who is patronizing Dubai? Who is spending more money? It's only Nigerians in terms of gold, in terms of whatever, cars at times. So these people, they will sit down and recalculate and think. Nigeria is too smart for these people. It's unfortunate that our leaders, things went a bit, wrong. But they don't have right to come and start telling us all this rubbish talk, And
But
this
is how we knew Buhari from the 80s, always fighting
exactly.
always
The man
fighting
is,
everybody.
the
Always
man
fighting everybody.
he's doing well now. He's doing well. So let's give him a little bit a clap, He's doing well now because
Hello, engineer. I have a
sir,
question for you. Do
go
you
ahead.
think if that policy does not affect the ruling class or the fortunate class in Nigeria, do you think they will do policies like this?
In terms of what you're saying, my brother?
In terms of the flights, they said that all Nigerians from anywhere should not land, that any airline should not carry any Nigerians or anywhere in Dubai.
Brother, it's going to affect them more. You know why?
Yeah, why?
Do you know how many of our leaders, their wives, they are looting our country money and going there to buy gold? Did you ever think of that? Do you know how many Nigerians, they go there, they celebrate their birthday? Davido was there. You know how much?
Is that how you are seeing it, engineer Andy Fair? Because I see it as a matter of dignity, as a matter of prestige.
They don't have respect for Nigerians.
Yeah,
honestly.
as a matter of standing up for yourself,
They
Because
don't have respect.
this fight started with earpiece, we have to remember, and then
Exactly. How can Dubai would send one airpiece to go to while they have 13 Dubai flight coming into Nigeria? You have to wait. You have to balance it. Nigeria has to rebounce back. We have to get money as well. So it's not all about them. Their flight coming into Nigeria in and out, while their citizens, they're the one in the flight. They are crew members. They're the one making the money. You know what I mean? So they will be at loss, not Nigeria, honestly. I keep saying it. I said it that was it last 3 or 4 days. And this is the result. They will sit down and calculate everything. They will look, we'll be at loss. Let's just cancel this issue. That's an insult to Nigeria. Must be honest to you. Not because we are passing through a little bit difficulties of insecurity in that country. This lunatics country, they will come out and be talking rubbish.
Is this a pat on the back then for Aboki from Daura?
No, I think we need to give him credit. He deserves credit. After all, Mike went and see what he did. So I don't know if he still post the video to you.
No, Mike posted. I played it here. But you never trust Mike because somebody there DM'd me on Instagram to debunk.
Okay, but I believe Ajale Koko is convinced.
Ajale Koko will never be convinced by anything Mike has to say. You know that.
Okay. So one man, that's just the truth. These people, they can't look at Nigerian because we have issue and they will be talking rubbish about our country. They know well. They don't born them well.
Okay, let us talk rubbish about our country then. Engineer, Nigeria's debt profile was 38 trillion between July and September 2021. So that's about $92 billion, which is a heavyweight in debt because this guy came into a virtually debt-free country and he's ratcheted up $92 billion. So $92 billion, you might suggest is not intolerable for a country of Nigeria's size and wealth, but the impact then of that money is really where the question is. So if they got that money only to loot it, which is the understanding that we have, then of course, this now puts a figure to that mortgaging of the country's future that we always rattle on about.
One man, I said something some time ago. I said it clearly. These people, they have limited time. They have limited time. So what can they do to loot that money? You see, when people keep pointing finger on Buhari, all the loans and everything, is it going to Buhari direct? So it's something that we need to be asking questions at times. We need to challenge all the current looters, the current criminals that they are in that seat. Those people are the ones that they are draining that country into mess. The man in Daura, look at his age. He's passing through somebody initially, he has ear problem. Now the second year is affecting. Only God knows if they put a booster shot in the ear to perform very well so he can understand. You know, so things like this, these looters that they are on that,
can I ask you a question?
They need to go on, sir.
Are you saying Buhari is innocent? See, the question. Now,
I'm not saying Buhari is innocent. He's not the only person in that country that we need to face.
Thank you. But didn't we vote him so that he can provide the type of leadership that will stop this thing? You know, his part of campaign is to fight corruption. And if you find corruption around this borrowing and indebtedness and all this debt that we are accruing for the future generation, as the president, what is he supposed to do?
That's why I gave an example, my brother. I said this man, his ear, he's having a booster shot. And booster shot. That ear is blocked. That man can't function properly.
You see one thing I see. You see one thing I see about Buhari is this. Where Jonathan Goof. Now, this guy, whenever he wants anything that favors him, right, he can even bypass the courts and ignore the ruling. Now, these guys, if the governors of state want to borrow from overseas, there's no way they will not pass through the federal government.
Of course.
Who is approving all those stuff? Who is approving? So the people now look at the people that this guy has appointed, his appointment to oversee all those things. He brought those people that are even corrupt to do that. So who do we blame? Now, under OBJ, for example, he was forcefully removing, subtracting the essence. Okay, for example, if the state governor said they want to borrow money from somewhere overseas, it will tell you that at the end of the month, I will deduct it from your allocation. And he was doing that. But what is this man doing? He just overlooked everything. And everybody, they were just like a free-for-all, like a Shagari did.
He's passing through dementia now. So what do you expect? The funny part of it, we have a professor.
Then is he capacitated? Is he capacitated? Let him step down. Let him resign.
It should not be president. That's just what it is.
Exactly.
It should not be.
Because
then you've already stated. You stated why he should not. You say he's having all these booster shots. he has ear condition, and you know that ear condition, it debilitates you cranially. You know, he's facing so much health challenges that is not fit of body and mind enough to be the president of Nigeria. So he should not be there.
And we have a so-called one called a professor. Huh? Coffee boy, according to one man. He's just there making coffee. And he called himself a professor.
But Ola is right, because the looters are his appointees. Abubakar Malami is his appointee. Babachir Lawal is his appointee. Abba Kyari is his appointee. All of these names that are coming up in all of these eye-popping corruption charges, which people are actually providing evidence of. We saw the Sahara Reporters expose on Abubakar Malami. They are all his appointees. So he cannot distance himself, or he cannot distance him from it.
There comes the language of godfatherism. He put them in that seat. They have to deliver.
And you cannot say Buhari is not corrupt either, because if these people are looting, people are looting, and you are saying and it's looking the other way, and people know that they are looting, he must know that they are looting too. So are they looting on his behalf? And there you are. So
they will bring projects. They are giving him his own share. So what do you think he will do? He's old enough to start challenging all these people, because at the end of the day, what do you think he's going to do? He's old enough. He can't function properly. They will bring idea of what to do. He will sign. The next day, money straight to his house. So what else? He's old enough. It's sad that the level of how the debt we're going into is a nightmare. Who is going to pay that money? Who is going to pay the loans you borrowed since this month?
You know, $92 billion is not necessarily too heavy a weight for the Nigerian state. But because that $92 billion, we cannot see anything that it has been used for. All of the things that money should have been used for, we will have to borrow money again to do them if anybody wants to do them. So essentially, that $92 billion is now coming up to around about $200 billion, all for the same project that should have been done. These guys, if they are saying they are mortgaging the future of the country, this is what they are saying, because you can double that money, because the infrastructure still has to be met.
One man, can I interject for a second, please?
Yeah, come in, yeah.
Go on, my brother.
Somebody said it's not the man from Dara is not performing, that he should stand down. We should remember some persons package Buhari there, because this man tried a couple of times, 3 times or so. He did not come. He did not get that hot seat to be the president. So if he's not resigning, who is to be blamed? That's the question I'm asking.
Nigerians.
No, it is not.
How so, engineer?
2015, we voted him in.
Right.
We came out. We didn't give Goodluck Jonathan a second chance, because
did you think Goodluck Jonathan needed to be removed?
No.
You don't. I don't either, by the way. But
no.
I think we're both alone in that. Everybody else thinks it should have been removed.
No. It's just we didn't give him second chance, and due to the fact that
all men should ask Ola that question, because Ola is one person in this platform that felt Goodluck they should have booted him out. So Ola, can you answer that question, please?
I don't understand what you were saying, though, because what I said, I will tell you clearly, is that unfortunately, Jonathan provided that opportunity for him to be thrown out. I never for once supported the candidature, the candidature of Buhari for once. And I keep telling you, I have my listing. This guy destroyed democracy. You cannot become the beneficiary of democracy. This guy planned a coup in Nigeria to overthrow democratically elected government. But you are now rewarding a criminal that is supposed to be prosecuted. That has been my position about Buhari. And I keep telling you that all indicators were there that this guy will mess up the economy of Nigeria, and people still lie to themselves and voted Buhari. Buhari was beating everybody up in the name of war against discipline. What we could have done with law, we were beating our father, our mother, and people were saying we should be beaten by like a goat, like an animal, that's the kind of person we want as our president. So when you say all my this thing against Buhari, I've never supported Buhari for even a second. But what I said is it.
I think sorry. I think that there's a mix-up somewhere. You're not getting it. One man asks a question. That aspect you're talking about, I agree with you. You always say this. But one man just asked a question a minute ago. Now, do you think how did you ask it again? Something about good luck?
No, I was actually wanting to point that question to Engineer because he was going somewhere with his narrative. And I wanted to establish that as part of what he was saying, but I've lost where you were then. But back to you, Engineer.
Yeah, you're saying regarding Jonathan, if he should have
no, yes, you were saying that Nigerians voted Buhari in 2015, and then I wanted to establish if you felt that Goodluck Jonathan should have held his position. But you said yes, which I agree with. Yeah, but so that's what.
Yeah, because to be honest, everyone need to apologize to Nigerians. I must be honest to you, because if we remember, he has been to Yoruba land and he was dressed in Yoruba attire. He has been to Igbo land. He dressed. Come on, let's be honest now. So it's something that honestly we the Nigerians we need to sit back.
Can I interject 1 minute?
And okay, go on, Aja.
Mabino Engineer, please.
Cause the problem.
Look at that. Next thing they will be eating amala. Look at this guy.
Amala is my best food, though, mind you.
If I ever see you eating amala, I'll have to give you a Yoruba name. But yes, Ajale Koko to you.
Jonathan was the one that brought himself down. He didn't play his politics well. He played politics of exclusion against you.
All right, I think we've lost Ajale Koko. But
your voice is not coming out.
I think my audio here.
Okay, round off your thoughts whilst Ajale Koko is sorting out the audio. So, Engineer.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, better.
So he did not play this right.
Oh, somebody has been calling me.
All right, Ajale Koko, let Engineer carry on. Yeah, Engineer carry on.
Yeah.
So back to our father in the house. You know, it's unfortunate that Nigeria, the way it is, the level of the debt we are occupying in that country is too much, man. It's too much. Because you were talking about earlier, who said about regarding loans to do gutter and the rest.
I think that was Ife.
Yeah, one man, we have thousands of graduates. You can employ graduates and make things in order for them to manage a company that they are dealing with anything that has to do with drainage in that country. You understand? Then people who are not graduate, they should be the four-man front that will be on the soil doing that kind of job to make sure everything is cleared and flow of dirty water will flow properly. You see, things like this is something that the government needs to sit down and look at things and analyze things. We have computer gurus in that country that they can sit down and channel everything and see how it works. But things like this, if we end up leaving it, why do we think so many water is not flowing in the gutter? It's lack of maintenance. Because if we
what are you talking about, Engineer? We're saying they mortgage the country. You are talking about.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you based on what he just said earlier on regarding the money for the gutters and the rest. Because they will take the loan and they won't use it. They won't do anything with the money. They would rather go and.
But do you see the point, though, Engineer? Let's say, for instance, they took the loan. You take a loan to build a badly needed let's say gutter, let's use that gutter as an example. So you take $10,000 as a loan to build a gutter that needs to flow water out of a space because there's stagnant water causing mosquitoes and malaria, etc. So you loot that money, you loot that $10,000 that you borrowed. But that water is still stagnant, it's still causing the malaria with the mosquito. So that gutter still has to be built. So if a responsible person then comes and takes another 10,000 naira to build then that gutter and then he then builds it. So the cost of that gutter is now no longer the 10,000 naira, but the 20,000 naira. So all of that then, so you see that is the space
It's
that, so
occupying.
that is the 92,000 that the
It's
92 billion
occupying and it's
dollars that we're talking
multiplying.
about. They've taken all this money, they've looted it. So now all the things that should have been done still needs to be done. So now another set of loans to do it, and hopefully that's not looted, which almost certainly it will. So that is where we are within the Nigerian narrative.
It's a bit sad. I must be honest with you, one man. It's a bit sad the way that country. But the funny thing is, all these people, did they have conscience at all?
What are you talking about?
Hmm?
Call waiting.
I don't know, one man. Honestly, next president to be elected, honestly, he has to do something. They need to do a proper screening before thinking of even employing anybody to be in that any seats to start doing things in that country. Because Nigerians have suffered enough. I keep saying it. Thousands of Nigerian youths, they run away from that country. What is going on?
All right. Plan B. All right. Engineer, let me take you to a final one, hopefully a more cheerful one. Strange man attacks Oyedepo on pulpit. Did you rather hope that he landed that slap that we all wish we could land on that bald-headed fowl? Did you wish it just at least, maybe just one, just one of us, that dirty slap that we
You
feel
see
the
the
big man
problem
needs?
with Africans. That guy went there, he wanted to, he needed help. He can't hold it. He can't stand it any longer. You understand? But there is a little bit kind of unorganized thing in that particular point. Because I could remember a president of one country is passing a bridge, and there's someone who just run in front of the car. You want to jump on the bridge. What the president did was he called the guy, put him in the same car with him, and drove him. And they later gave the guy job to do. You see, those are the kind of leaders we need in that country. But this one now that he went and grabbed leg, and you said maybe he wants to slap. That's your word, though. It's not my word, because I watched the video. I now remember what's his name, Macron.
I think twice they've slapped Macron now. I think it's twice
is it
they've
twice
slapped him.
now?
Yeah, yes.
Oh my goodness me! I feel sorry for that young man.
Yes.
So you see, things like this, the way the ushers they behave. Yeah, if I'm the GO of that church, I should have said leave him, let him sit down, ask him questions. You know what I mean?
You are right.
Yeah.
That was an opportunity for him.
But something like this, they need to. There is hunger in the land. I keep saying it. There is hunger, one man. There is hunger. I told you, my friend just came with the children. He's 3 kids, about 7 months baby. That's number 3. You know what he said to me? Joseph, if you see me going back to Nigeria, please call the police or call hospital to check me if I'm still okay. Or people back home, they start knocking calabash for me to come back, because he said he's not going back. That some time ago, they said to him, well, will Nigeria be okay? He said, yeah, Nigeria will be okay. But right now, he said he's not going back. So look at what is happening, one man. A lot of people are passing through a lot in that country. And we have so-called leaders. We have...
And next year is going to be worse, because they're going to remove a lot of subsidies next year, because there's pressures coming from the international space just because of the heavy borrowing that they have done. So they've asked them then to free up financial spaces within the economy. And to free up that financial space, they have to vest even more upon the Nigerian persons. There's no such thing as petroleum subsidy in Nigeria, by the way. So rather than remove subsidy, which is a lie, what they're essentially going to do is to put up the price of petrol, put up the tariff on our electricity, and just continue to weigh heavier
And
upon the
tomorrow, if
Nigerian
they see
person.
policeman slapping someone in the street, they will be blaming policeman. Look at how the government are putting pressure into their own citizens. If they see young girls now going on the street overnight, they'll be saying they don't come from good home training. So those are the things that Nigeria need to sit down and look at things. Why would Nigerian leaders, they will be paid in dollar or pay so amount of money? It's too much. If Buhari can come out during his first tenure, he said subsidy is a fraud.
You played that clip, didn't I hear?
Of course, he said it. Subsidy is a fraud. So what happened now? So that means all of them, they are fraudsters. Come on. Sometimes when we see, let's say the truth at least for once, so that country will be balanced. But the way Nigeria is
do you think that they will come when the country is balanced?
Yeah. I think someone said in the platform here till all of them till all of them career. So before Nigeria, the good thing, one man, I keep saying it, for Nigeria to have a good constitution, serve for 4 years or 6 years, don't come back to anything Nigerian politics. Serve for that tenure and vacate and leave. That's the only thing that's the only way Nigeria will start to balance back. But if they keep carry on with the 4 years, 8 years tenure, forget about it. Just forget about it. That country will be in a mess.
All right,
It'll be more than a mess.
Thank you, engineer. One day, I promise, we'll dedicate a day just to positive stories about Nigeria. But
maybe when my children, they have their children.
Yes, and peace upon our nation. Amen. But
yes.
Until that day, we see Ayo has joined us. He couldn't resist now hearing us run down Awolowo and Jakonde.
I know.
You know, if there are three Yoruba supremacists on this platform. Ajale Koko being the lead one.
Yes.
Ayo a close second, and
yes.
their hired thug Mike.
Ayo is the VP.
So Ayo now he will come and do Yorubaism in an eloquent language. So
I trust him. I trust him. He will deliver.
Go to see Ayo. I take it you come to defend Jakonde's record.
Yes, it's good to see you guys. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, I wanted to sit it out, but I just got a little too heated.
Yes. But do you buy this narrative that this guy is it what is this is it Jesus Christ that is parting the seas in what all the attribution that Ajan Lekoko was making? Next he will tell us that he discovered the cure to cancer.
Jack Conde did a lot for Lagos. He did a lot for Lagos. I mean LSDPC. You're familiar with LSDPC, right? Those government homing communities, those government house communities or whatever they're called. He started that. He did so much for Lagos. He was pretty much the guy who kicked Lagos into to the modern, in quotation marks, city it is, at least compared to the rest of Nigeria. That was all kicked off by Jack Conde. Before then, Lagos was just like, it had Northern Barracks and it was the seat of power because that's where the federal government operated from at the time. But Jack Conde was primarily responsible for kicking Lagos off to become the financial and economic hub and the modern city, quote unquote, compared to everywhere else that it currently is. So, we got to give the guy his dues. And he was so modest. That guy had no interest in stealing. It's funny, I was super young at the time, but his house was actually just less than a mile away from my school, Estate Nursery Primary School in Ukweju, and his son Deji was in my class. And it's funny because the UPN at that point in time were trying to eradicate private schools, and his son was going there, so the teachers used to make fun of him in class, and then he actually brought a letter into school or into class one day from his dad, rebuking the teachers and saying, listen, I'm going to give my son the best education until I'm able to transition into a public system or a public education system that can become the best. This guy, his ideology and everything, I remember at the time I was so young, I was probably about, I don't know, 5 or 6 or 7. And I remember vividly in my mind just hearing this guy's letter. He took his time to read. The principal read it out in front of the entire school because he was the governor of the state or whatnot. And he just struck me at the time as such a principled man, even as young as I was back then. And beyond that, you know, a lot of kids would come to school in flashy cars or what. It was a Volkswagen Beetle that used to drop.
Do you think that principle is the Achilles heel of the Yoruba race? Because this narrative you just gave, people will give similar narratives about Yoruba people. There was a time, this is an urban myth, I cannot confirm it, but this was a narrative that occupied space, that when Tai Sholari or whoever was made the road safety guy then under some military administrator, he forgot his driver's license and he was stopped, and then he couldn't produce it. So he then handed in his resignation letter, and then the head of state then was saying to him, but you have a driver's license now, why couldn't you go home and bring it and then go and present it at the police station? And it was explained to him that I, as the lead of that space, are promoting that people should have their license to present on the spot. I cannot then, in all conscience, not present my license and hold on to my position whilst I was preaching conversely to others. So that principle thing is the thing to admire the most, but then it's also been our downfall.
I think you're right. I think when you really think about it, you don't really kind of see that anymore. But most of these old...
No, we have to know now.
Most of these old principles Yoruba men where their word was everything. And they had an ideology. It wasn't just about stealing money. They understood that power and progress was greater than just stealing and being greedy. This was way back then. Things have changed drastically now, but yeah, Tai Sholari was pretty much of the same kind of cloth that Jakonde was of and that Awolowo was of. They were all about their people and propelling, you know, their people to, not even just their people, everyone within the country or whatever, you know, to greater heights. Now it's just the government has become a criminal enterprise. It's people just come in for the sole purpose of stealing. They don't care. They have no shame. They don't care how Nigeria seems or looks on the international stage. They probably, I don't know, maybe they had some trauma in their childhood, but they never imagined they could ever attain such power. So
I think it's poverty. It's usually a poverty mindset, you know.
Yeah, but you could grow up with a poverty mindset and still have a moral compass to some degree. But these guys are just so depraved, you know, and they just lack any shame. How do you, as a leader in the largest economy in Africa, not feel shame in traveling to another country for basic medical treatment? How is that not a shameful thing for anyone who has a trace of pride in who he is and his people to feel? These people they're not restricted by compassion. They're not restricted by pride. Not pride, by decency. All they have is pride and arrogance and greed. And you know, they don't understand when people or intellectuals come out, or people who have a moral compass, who really want to see the country propel to greater heights, come out and try to attack their behavior. They don't understand it. They're like, why do you care so much? You're abroad, your kids are abroad, you have money. Why do you care? Why is it so important for you tonight for Nigeria to become successful? It doesn't bug them that every Nigerian I suspect every Nigerian would rather be in Nigeria helping.
You know what you just
grow that country.
You know what you've just described, Ayo, is one of the greatest mysteries in life, but especially of the African experience and peculiarly of the Nigerian narrative. So these guys, they loot all of this money, as you said, and they take their children to their abroad. So any and everybody will say there's sufficient enough within that country to develop it, and then you wouldn't have to do these things. It's a real thing of shame that you have a headache, you are the president of Nigeria, and the first thing you do is hop on a plane to London. Where is Boris Johnson going to when he has medical needs? He doesn't go beyond two streets to get the treatment, so this is the thing. It's so basic, and we can't seem to get past this.
Right, yeah, but beyond just the shame of it, just the lack of pride that these leaders have, it's also a huge security risk. But we're just, I don't want to say backward, but we're just so lacking as a society that national security doesn't even factor into our calculations, at least as far as these leaders go. Can you imagine a leader of a prominent country going to another country for medical care? The national security implications are tremendous.
We had that under Yar'Adua when he died in Saudi, and the Saudians, they were playing a bit of politics with his body. They were then trying to leverage his body as to politics against Nigeria.
Right. I mean, even just being able to have access to another country's embassy is a huge deal. Most countries have spies or I should say respectable countries have spies for a reason. They have spies for a reason. And they usually try to bug embassies and this and that. Here, you're having a leader of a country go to another country. There are drugs they can give you that will have you spill the beans. This isn't science fiction.
Look at this guy. You've been watching James Bond, Abby. Look at
no, this is my field. This is my field. I know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Phenobarbital will prevent you from telling any lie. You cannot lie once you're under the influence of that drug. And to have a leader of a country, but this is not something Nigerians factor into their existence at all. And to have a leader of a country go to another country for medical care and think that they're not going to get you in a room, get an IV catheter in you and shoot you up with some phenobarbital and extract all the information they want from you? Are you kidding me? But I mean, Nigeria is a joke. Our country is a joke. And those of us who are in foreign lands, who should know better, really need to stop propping up this place and making it seem like we're on some par. I heard the argument earlier that, we're going to give Britain and UAE a run for
well, yeah, I was going to go there. The Emiratis don't think Nigeria is a joke, as they are kneeling down in front of Buhari as we speak.
Do you know why they capitulated? Because it's not even worth the effort to try and. Everyone knows Nigeria is a joke. It's like you having a kid in a room and a kid is trying to stand up against you, and it would almost be embarrassing for you to take that position of, let's dig this out. Of course, UAE is so much more advanced than we are when it comes to policy, when it comes to running a country.
Who's more advanced?
The UAE, absolutely.
More 100%. Advanced than Nigeria? How did you arrive at that?
I mean, it's very common knowledge. Have you ever seen any Emirati who is suffering, who is begging, who is treated like
No, they are wealthy. But that's not to say they are more advanced. It's a small country. It's a tiny little country.
And they are wealthy. They're using
they are wealthy.
The GDP of UAE, it's comparable to that of Nigeria with.
I'm not sure about that, but even if it is, then it's an oil. It's a wealth.
Oil. I looked this up earlier because those are the metrics that actually matter to me. When this whole thing was going on, I looked up their GDP. I looked up. You know what? Their GDP is comparable to ours, but do you know what the percentage of petroleum is?
It's about 10-15%. I know.
30%. It's 30%. So they have other industries. They have some of the best universities in the world. A lot of people don't know this. The UAE has some of the best universities in the world.
Well, they don't. They have satellite universities. What they have in the UAE are all of these international houses like Harvard and Yale and Oxford, etc. Maybe not Oxford, but all these big name universities going to set up a satellite campus there.
So your point is what? That is
Well,
not.
it's not an organic. It's not like UI or Unilag that we built from scratch.
What's the point in having UI that is 100 or 1200 when it comes to global ranking? We're the first in Nigeria. I say this as because I went to UI. UI is the most prominent university in Nigeria, but on a global scale, we're the 1200.
Yeah, but it's organically built. That's the thing.
Who cares? Who cares? You can't compete. You can't compete with universities that compete like that. And that 1200 is even suspect.
You see, even Aizon is abandoning you. Look at that. He says, yes, he lost me too. He was doing well until then. We have issues, but don't make us out to be slaves or dogs.
No. What do you mean? This is not about pride. This is not about pride. I'm not saying Nigeria doesn't have any clout. I am just saying our clout is a joke compared to where we should be. The influence we have, we're the most populated Black nation on the planet.
When we beat up the Arabs and the British within 2 days, we gave them a bloody nose, both the Arabs and the Brits.
This is the problem, though. I don't know what it is. It's it's probably just hardwired into our psyche. We look at we struggle to see the big picture. So we get into these little spats and we get what we perceive as a victory and we run with it and we shout about it. When in the grand scheme of things, I think British Airways is, compared to how much they charge a country like Ghana for their citizens to come to the UK, they're pretty much raping Nigeria. I think, it's about 30 or 40% more that they charge Nigerians to come to fly to the UK compared to Ghanaians. This is what matters. It's so of course it's a lucrative business for them to overlook whatever little spot we're having because they're making decent money off of it. But doesn't mean that if you have someone you're taking advantage of and you get into a little spat, of course you're going to be like, okay, you were right. Let me give you what you want so I can keep taking advantage of you. That's what's going on here. This isn't there's no real rivalry. Or is there anyone who's trying to say that this is some real rivalry between the US economy and the UK economy? I mean, I'm not sure what the position is here. We gave them a bloody nose as in the economy will collapse.
Not necessarily between the United Kingdom and Nigeria, because of course, I mean, nobody is going to try to draw that parallel. But the Emiratis and Nigeria, that is a space that we can still fight.
Seriously, bro?
Yes, seriously.
No, we can't. In what metric? Okay, pick a category. How are we competitive with the Emiratis? Just anyone you want.
Okay, we have more. We have a bigger market just in terms of our share size.
A bigger market to benefit whom? We're talking about what benefits us, right?
Yeah, market to benefit us. Yes, we have a bigger market. We have, according to data, a 200 million bank of our people. So that itself a market.
Yeah, but we have the comparable GDP, so it doesn't matter what our size is. If their GDP is 400.
Yeah, but that market can propel our GDP a lot quicker and faster if we calibrate it properly than they ever can, because they are essentially they've plateaued to where they will be. I don't see there's no smart thinking in Dubai. It's just a hub of debauchery for the international community. That's all.
Well, they've been very smart at marketing their country as a place of luxury, as a place you want to go to if you want to tap into the most luxurious brands on the planet or whatever. I don't know what their deal is, but whatever they're doing is working and they're respected. No one looks at the UAE or any country in the Emiratis as a joke like Nigeria is.
Ayo, can I interject, Ayo, please?
Sure, of course.
You know why this Dubai, they are making it a place like so nice and this and this and that? I must be honest with you. There was a research that says Dubai, when I think not too long, they will run out of their own oil. So they sat down and they think, what should we do to make the place to become like a tourist place? So these are the things that you see. They start building all the towers, making the place look very lively, neat and tidy. You understand? So when it comes to things like this, and if you look, Dubai, they don't let their own citizens go outside Dubai to go and study.
Yes, they do.
What they do, out of 10, I can tell you is 2%.
Engineer, they're not stopping them. They're not stopping them. There's no need for them to go outside Dubai.
Because now they import teachers, machineries from worldwide. Like, for example, English-speaking countries, America, Canada, UK, Germany. As long as you're a teacher, if you know what they do, they'll invite you. You come down there. If you teach properly, they will sponsor your house, everything. They will pay for it.
Engineer,
go on, my brother.
Every top university in the world does that. Harvard, the number one of the number one, does that. You think most of the professors in Harvard are all American? A very significant number of them are, but they attract the best from everywhere. This is a known fact. So if they're able to attract talent, and this is why America is still pretty much the greatest country on the planet, because the whole doctrine or the whole policy or the whole notion or worldview of America is we want to attract the best and the brightest here so they can build up our economy, keep us on that bleeding edge so that no one can compete with us, because we're smart enough to know that we can't grow a population, an indigenous population that would do it by itself. This is where you have to transcend ethnicity, you have to transcend tribalism, you have to transcend religion for you to be competitive, at least in today's nations of countries of the world. You have
when you're saying America is the greatest country in the world, by what standard of measure? Are you talking money and power? Are you talking money and power? Is this what? Yeah.
You have a TV and you're online, so this argument absolutely makes no sense. If we're going,
the internet was invented in Oxford, not in America.
Who cares?
Yeah, you said I have it on the internet. The internet was not invented by them. The Americans invented very little.
Haven't you heard it's not
the innovations in the world were invented by the British, the Germans, and the French, and the Japanese.
And where are they today?
That's not true.
It is true.
One man.
Yeah. The computer you are using today was invented by the American. The internet by American. The Facebook by American. The social media by Americans. What are you talking about?
The internet was not invented by American.
No. One man.
Come on.
The social media on which we are using now, invented by American. Isn't it?
Yes, but the internet was invented in Oxford.
Very cool that we ride around, invented by Americans.
Do you know that America is by Americans? Hold on. Do you know that America is a new country? It's a new country compared to the. I mean, come on, man. America is a new country. How old is America that we are all? You just said, 200 years or something.
The internet was a U.S. military project.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Okay, this is the fact. How do we not know
the email by America.
Internet was a collaboration between British and America. No.
Like that. Engineer, make una careful.
No, Internet was a collaboration between the British researchers and the American researchers. So
the first place that a signal was sent from one computer to another, which essentially was the internet, was in Oxford.
Okay, so it depends on how you want to define the argument. So the way you define the argument would be similar to me saying or asking you where were vaccines created. Vaccines were actually created in Nigeria, in Yoruba land. Believe it or not, the first when they would look at that. I know. No, I know. You're saying I'm going off in the terms of being a Yoruba supremacist. I'm talking about
this is Celibis was defending you, but now you show
We
your
have
true
to give
colors
credit
again.
to Buhari then.
No.
Okay,
What I am saying is, way back in the day, about 500-600 years ago, it was known that if you had a certain disease and you took blood from someone who had that disease and injected it into another person, that person won't get the disease. Technically, that is how vaccinations work. And that was discovered in Africa, in West Africa, in Nigeria.
In Yoruba land, yeah, that's true. That's true.
But no one is going to say,
well,
well,
let's give credit to Buhari then.
no one is going to say, and you know how this was actually commercialized. It was a slave back in the day who did this, or they had some outbreak of, I can't remember the name of the disease right now, and did it in front of his master. His master saw it, and his master took it and went to go and patent it, and they started to produce vaccines. It's a whole story. But once again, when you're talking about innovation or how things were discovered versus how it became commercially viable are two different things. It's not who discovers something that matters. It is who made that thing commercially viable. That's where the world starts to pay attention. And when it comes to the internet, it may have been invented in Oxford, as in on a technical level, but it became functional and practical. The US military made it become functional and practical to the point where, it pretty much just mushroomed from there. But, this argument is neither here nor there. I think you
sorry, it was even an American project. It was just a collaboration. So Stanford University, when one man mentioned Oxford, for example, he neglected Stanford. There's a reason Stanford is one of the best, in fact, number one today, when you talk of computer science. There are 4 categories of university in the first 4. When you mention them, you will mention Oxford, you will mention MIT, you mention the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and you mention Texas, then Georgia Tech. So what one man was saying was just collaboration. So a lot of people were involved in development of internet, especially the American military. So that guy from Oxford was just a contributor. So I will give that credit for his contribution, but that UK was the main brand. No, it's just like when you are saying, okay, telephone, now we know that Canadian was the person that invented telephone, but where did he do that? On American land. So
Alexander Bell was the one who made it become commercially viable. Exactly.
So
it's simple. Thomas Edison.
It was Graham Bell, not Alexander Bell, but they were
Graham Bell. Alexander Graham Bell. That's his name. Are you trying to say it's not? His name was Alexander Graham Bell.
All right. Okay.
And the same thing with I lost my train of thought now. What was I going to say? There was another the light bulb by Thomas Edison. Did not invent the light bulb. He didn't. It was his rival who did. He made it viable. But once again, we're going down rabbit holes, which doesn't really serve the purpose. I guess the whole essence of this argument is that you were saying, what metric is America the greatest country, the greatest nation on the planet? I think that's pretty obvious. I mean, that's a silly argument.
No, it's money and power, isn't it? That's what you're using as the paradigm.
Yeah, okay, money, power, pick another metric. They're still the best, at least.
What about culture? Are
you serious? That's probably that's probably the bleeding edge. The whole world adopts American culture. The whole world.
Culture, that's an oxymoron.
No, it's British. I think one man is right. One man is right because you have this five-eyed country, so which is led by the British. Five-eyed country. That is the Great Britain, then New Zealand, Australia, Canada, and the US. So they all think together, and then they are baby countries to the UK. So one man is right. Everything started from England.
Let me back at your the whole world embraced American culture.
I know, but from England. How many
blockbuster? Sorry, this is very simple here. How many blockbuster movies do you watch from England every year?
No. But we're talking about they originated from England. All the whole system originated from England. And most of the Americans went to university in Oxford and Cambridge. back in the day.
So we're not talking about where it originated. We're talking about where it actually became a thing. You know, this is
but,
goes back to the previous.
but you cannot separate this. You know, you cannot separate the US from a UK from the UK
Tony,
because
you are
it's
even
like
mixing it up. A lot of countries form United States of America, so you cannot allocate it to UK solely.
no. Initially it's that, but I know a lot of Germans are there.
What
But
you're saying
initially,
now, for example, if a Canadian and you want to go into Nollywood to Hollywood, you will learn American accent. So
But
American
the thing
accent is
when you're talking about culture, when you're talking about culture, you're talking about motion pictures, right? That was even invented in America by Thomas Edison. So what is this argument about? This makes no sense.
okay, what are we doing then? What is Nigeria doing?
Nigeria is
What
doing
is
nothing.
Nigeria doing?
Nigeria is going backwards. The
only
thing that
one man is just like to speak to defend everything.
Please, what is that your language? One man again.
Country now.
Britain and Alaafin.
That music is that's the language you used the other day. Was it something perepe or some
perepe? Yes. Okay, so thank you, gentlemen. As ever, it looks as though time about to defeat us. So I'm going to seek to round off in about half an hour, no more. So I'm going to thank you. You're good to hear from you again. Hopefully we hear even more from you because anytime you do turn up, you illuminate the space. But I'm going to seek to start to round off and go to the voices that we've not yet heard from fully. So I'll go to Ife first. Hopefully he's still with us just to speak to whatever it is that interests him the most. So I think we've now lost him. So we go then to Rational Mind. Rational Mind to you.
Yeah, I don't know. Are you trying to ask me questions, or you just want me to just say?
Okay. Let me ask you a question then. The guy that nearly dished Oyedepo a dirty slap, which we would all have cheered and bought him a glass of wine for, you know. So were you rather hopeful that guy did land that dirty slap that we all wanted landed on that guy?
You mean the doctor? I mean, is it the pastor Oyedepo?
Yes, Bata Oyedepo. Did you see the viral clip of the guy that charged his pulpit? Okay, let me take you to another space then. The UK backs down on the red list part with Nigeria, removes Nigeria from that list, but it looks as though every other country was removed. So let me take you to Nigeria's debt profile. So Nigeria's debt profile reaches a record high of 38 trillion naira. So does that give you reason for concern?
You see, this government is government of Buhari has overborrowed that country. I just hope. I mean, there's nothing to hope about it because it's what's going to happen at the end of the day. Because looking at the whole thing, the next whoever comes in after them is going to have a monumental tax in his hands. Having to pay off all this debt and perhaps nothing to show for it. Like we've seen in many years that country has existed under the military era. So many things they did during the military era. Nothing to show for it. All the money they spent, not even Babangida with all the money and everything, and the structural adjustment program that he embarked on, that brought nothing to that country, but rather impoverished that country and brought it to where it is today. So I think it's the same thing we see. It's a repeat of what we've seen over the years. So, but I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if this guy doesn't understand the consequence of what he's doing right now. I don't know. Maybe people are just telling him, feeding him lies. Whoever surrounds him, that his ministers or whoever. I don't know. He doesn't even know what is going on in the country. Doesn't even know the consequence, the far-reaching consequence of all these things he's doing. Borrowing money.
You see, my suspicion is that Buhari flits in and out of lucidity. I think this is my suspicion, and I think this, for me, explains why we don't see him publicly as often as we would expect of a president of a country the size of Nigeria.
I tend to agree with you.
So I think they just hide him away and medicate him away.
Yeah,
and then they just do as they will. This is what I think is going on.
So too. I tend to agree with you on that because we kind of have. I think was it you're here when he was talking about national security? It's a matter of national security when you have your president going out to. You don't hear of U.S. presidents or even your your prime minister there going to a foreign country getting medical. I mean, that's a national security threat. I mean, that's a threat to national security. So it opens that country up to manipulation from enemies or whoever. This is not a James Bond film or whatever. This is what, like Ayo said, I believe that it's possible. So our countries, we are being led by people who are not exposed, who doesn't even know, even if they they claim to have the money and everything, but they don't understand the consequences of certain things, certain actions, like you going abroad to seek for medical whatever. So, but then it has consequence because you are putting your country into danger because your top secret in that country, your enemies could get it from you. I mean, they could sedate you or whatever. And then, so let's not go into all those science fiction or sci-fi, or as the case may be. So what I'm trying to say in this sense is that Buhari, I think he doesn't understand the consequence of what he's doing. So whoever comes in after him will have a very Herculean task.
Do you think he's a patriot, Buhari? Do you think he's patriotic?
Maybe he thinks he is. From all his actions so far, we've seen him not to be a patriot. I don't see him as a patriot. I mean,
do you think he cares? I'm sorry, I have to throw that in. I'm sorry.
Is what?
He's a patriot to Niger.
Yeah, to Niger, but his own country.
To his own tribes people, for his own maybe place of origin where his parents are from. So, so for me, just in conclusion,
do you think he cares about Nigeria?
I mean,
because that's a loaded question, by the way. So let me just unpack it a little bit for you. We know that he's a total failure, but is he unwittingly a total failure because he lacks capacity, or is it that he just doesn't really care? He just sees this as an opportunity for power and wealth, and is not beyond that. Do you think he actually cares about Nigeria or anything called Nigeria?
I think it's all a mix of all those things you just said. But I don't know which one would be more than the others, but I think it's a mix of all of them. I think he doesn't care. I don't think he does, because we can see from his body language.
Do you think he understands? Do you think he understands that he's running the country down? Do you think he knows?
What I'm saying. That's what we're saying here. You see, like you said, one man, which I tend to want to believe, like I said, like you said, and like I believe too, that this man, I think, is under some kind of medication. They sedate him or whatever, but just shoot him some kind of I don't know, some kind of shots, booster or whatever it is. So, but I don't think he understands. I mean, it's very difficult for us to understand, because now that they've put some kind of kind of like a wedge or some kind of we don't really know what's going on in that Aso Rock anymore, because ever since they've asked every one of them to swear an oath of whatever, secrecy or whatever, so we don't really get more, despite besides what they want us to know. We don't even really know what is going on in that Aso Rock anymore. So it's very difficult for us to say. But from what we can see, our perception, we can see that this guy is, I think he's not all himself. It's not all himself.
Can I interject control? Can I interject 1 minute?
Yeah, come in like that, Lekoko.
Yeah, rational man, I don't want to believe that he doesn't know what is going on. This is a man that came in with no blueprint on how he wants to run the country. 6 months into his government, he had no minister. He did not appoint minister. That's to tell us that yes, it's a failure from day one. So he really knows what is going on, but he is just incompetent for the job. And that is the problem.
Lekoko, you say he knows what is going on, but does it really? You know the way the country is, you know the state of the nation, and you know that he has run it down. So are you saying that he knows the state of the nation and he knows that he has run it down? Are you saying he knows those two things?
Oh yes, they know they are running down.
No, Buhari. Let's narrow it to Buhari. No, not they, but Buhari himself. Does he know? That things are as bad as they are, and that is as a result of him being the president.
He knows, because they govern with lies, they govern with propaganda, they govern with it's just.
You see, I don't think that I don't think he does know. Ajan Lekoko. I don't think he knows the true state of the nation.
Are you saying
Because
that? Are you saying that he wouldn't know that this is how much we owe?
No,
This is how much we are paying. This is how much we are making as revenue. Those basic.
No. That's not the. Hold on, Ajan Lekoko. Just because of the time. That's not the space I'm speaking to. The space I am speaking to is that Buhari knows that things are bad in the country, but he doesn't know the true picture of how bad things are in the country. He knows that the country is heavily indebted, but he doesn't know the level of indebtedness that the country is in because he's insulated and isolated from a lot of the things that he should know. And the information that gets to Buhari, those information they pass through, pretty much the information that he gets is from Ibrahim Gambari and pretty much no other space. And that information, it passes through so many layers of hierarchy before it lands at him. So they would have sanitized it, they would have scented it with. I don't think he has the full picture.
Are you saying that he doesn't read newspaper?
Never.
Does newspaper not land on his table every morning?
No. Remember when they end SARS and he said they were trying to overthrow him? So he may read the newspaper, but how does he interpret it is the thing. Because this is a guy that is just obsessed with not being overthrown.
Are you saying he doesn't read articles in newspaper? He doesn't read the face cover?
How does it's not hold on, Ajan Lekoko. It's not reading it but digesting it. If he reads it, how does he digest it? And if he reads it and then discusses it with the people, because of course, if he reads something alarming, then he will call whoever should have charge of that space to come and discuss it. So how that person then chooses to interpret it for him is there was once that somebody said that the last person to speak with Buhari is who he will go with. Because I don't think he has the full picture.
Every day reading newspaper, seeing alarming story about the country, day in, day out, sees here into his government, he wouldn't know. It's not enough for him to know that these things are not going in the right direction. This man is incompetent. That is
one man, he has an ear problem. Dementia is there. Old age is there.
Yes, all of these things. So I don't think he has the full picture. I don't. But back to rational mind.
I think I also would agree with Adelekoko, because this is a man who came in with no blueprint, even though he has been struggling to become president for as far as we know back in 1999 or after 1999, the second time of he has been contesting. But then he apparently has nothing to offer, as we can see. But then that's also another thing too to think about. But I think he has some health challenges. But what is the health challenges? That is what we don't really actually know. But from what all we can see publicly from the way he talks and everything, we kind of see that he has this cognitive decline, but kind of he doesn't seem to be all himself mentally. So maybe that could be, because that's an issue of national security too. So when you have somebody who leads a country who is mentally not fit, is not fit for that office.
Going to sign deals that he doesn't understand.
It should be, that he doesn't understand, and people can because as a leader, you should be able to make judgment based on what you have in front of you. But when you depend on, even though you have to depend on people to tell you, your advisors, but at least you should on your own mentally be okay there upstairs. But when you're not okay there mentally, that's an issue. And
contrast Buhari with Macron in a negotiation, or with a guy from Canada, from Canada, or Macron or Boris Johnson.
That's you can't compare. It's incomparable. You can't compare.
Because if they say, okay, we're going into a room, just you and I, and we will trash it out together. Imagine that. Boris Johnson versus Buhari.
We Nigerians need to think, because they deliberately
we're done for.
They deliberately put us in that situation in that country, because I tell you, Nigerians that I used to know back in the 80s, like early 90s, that are very, very educated. Nigerians, I would say most population of even the so-called illiterate among Nigerians, they used to be at least, they know a little one thing about governance and all of that. But these days, like everybody just seems like so ignorant, so illiterate when it comes to governance that anywhere they push them, that is where everybody wants to go. Nobody has this moral kind of way to think on their own, to reason on their own, to make decisions on their own, because It's what Baba Sokwe in a body law. That's why everybody just follows, So it's like people no longer think for themselves anymore. And that is why the country is the way it is, because these people, they run roughshod all over everybody there. People don't even care to even bother to ask them. So I won't be surprised if they vote in this idiot from I'll be lying on body law again. This is the same idiot that will find that himself is like the one that is there right now. Mentally, it's not okay. But they will put him there, and then we have to go through the other step of 8 years of nothing. 16 years of somebody's life is just wiped out like that, of everybody's life in that country. So my point is this, just to conclude this topic on this debt that is rising, it's going to kill that country. Whoever is going to take after this guy, I just hope he's very strong in economy. He's an economist. That is why I keep saying somebody like Moghalu should be given the opportunity. I believe he can handle it. And if somebody like Yemi Osinbajo, which I don't even know how he's going to defend that if he ever goes into any debate, because you are the deputy to this man. What were you doing when you people were making all these decisions in behalf of the country, and you put that country into this kind of debt? How is he going to explain himself out of this whole thing that he's not part of the decision, or he's not? Because how is he going to defend that? Because it was under his watch and his boss watch. That was when this whole thing, this country plunge into this.
Moghalu can never be president of Nigeria. He'll be worse
Well,
than
you can say
Buhari.
that, one man. I can believe you. You can say that. You can say that. I believe you because of
Instead of that, Peter Obi or Showore.
Donald Duke.
Look at that.
About
what about me? I can be president if we are doing silly throwing names. What about engineer?
Well, you say you're a Jehovah's Witness now, but the Jehovah's Witness they don't contest president.
Don't worry. For all the you know how much dollars there is in central bank? You think Jehovah's Witness don't like dollars? What are you talking about?
You're Jehovah's Witness in your mouth. You're not don't think just leave that. So anyway,
you don't think I'm a Jehovah's Witness? Is that what you're saying?
You already explained. You said you are not. That your parents are.
Yeah, I was born a Jehovah's Witness, so that's my default denomination.
But they are more caring. They are more caring. They are more caring. They have, they have human faith.
Let's go back to the issue.
Do you want me to go and bring my copy of Awake, because I get Awake?
Because you have a copy of that.
Then a Kingdom Hall.
Well, let's just go straight to the point. I mean, so what I'm trying to say is Nigeria is in a mess. And so we need somebody with real background in economy who's really grounded in international politics and international economy. I mean, trade and everything. Not one person that is from Daura or from Body Law that only plays local politics. All it does is just we need somebody that is vast, that's versatile, that's vast in every areas of field in Nigeria. So that's why I'm saying I'm routing for Moghalu. Moghalu, I know he's a good politician.
Rashnaman, can I add something real quick? I think you're absolutely right. I think Moghalu would probably be, I think in my opinion, probably the best person to. I mean, if we were looking at things logically, he'd probably be the best person to take over the presidency. But
he's very progressive.
It's likely never going to happen. But he would probably be the best person. It's not even just setting Nigeria on a trajectory of progress and forgetting all this nonsense that has happened within the last 6 years. It is preventing this from happening again, because it doesn't matter. Even if we get a genius, if we get Martin Luther King or I don't know, even Awolowo or whoever anyone's hero is to become the next president of Nigeria, and we do well for the next, 8 years, as soon as he's done and we allow criminals back in, we'll be back to square one. So the task should be, how are we going to prevent this from happening again? In my opinion, the only way to prevent this from going on and happening again, as soon as it rotates around to some illiterate somewhere, it doesn't matter. We have illiterates everywhere, whether it's the Southwest or Southeast or North. It's not even about religion anymore. It's just about the kind of person who becomes leader for whatever reason. So the next leader should not only set Nigeria onto a path of perpetual progress. We need to figure out how we're going to dismantle this constant recycling of criminals in the system. And I think the only way to do that is to restructure in a meaningful way. And when I say restructure, I'm not saying necessarily split up. That would be great, but it's likely not going to happen, not because Nigerians don't want it to happen, but the West just doesn't want to deal with the whole refugee crisis from everyone moving to different places because their part of the country doesn't work. So it's likely not going to happen. Big picture. But if we do have a visionary leader who realizes and understands and is able to look into the future and says, you know what, we're very different people. We're not going to all develop at the same pace. Even if they don't completely restructure, the main thing that needs to be done is regional security, because I guarantee you, if you give security of the southeast to the southeast and security of the southwest to the southwest, nobody's going to come bully them from the center. Nobody. You're gonna if you're able to. It doesn't matter if you can't buy planes or you can't buy tanks. All you need is AK-47s, and you'll stand your ground. But right now, the way things are, you can just have a tyrant from anywhere ordering the Nigerian army to infiltrate a place and create havoc there for whatever reason.
But Ayo, how come you are saying Mogadu will make a great president? I was expecting you to. Hold on. I was expecting you to say Showore, which is the language that we hear here. Are you not one of the Showore people?
No. I have nothing against Showore. I think Showore would be a visionary leader. But I think he might be a little too controversial for the current climate to actually progress to that point. He would be on my wish list, but it's likely never going to happen. Moghalu is a realistic option. If Nigerians can look beyond their ethnicity, Moghalu is a very smart guy. He's an international player. He does have the mental capacity to look beyond just his region. Because
he speaks for Neabi. You are seduced by his. You are seduced by look at Ayo. You are seduced by grammar speaking.
He's just pulling your legs. He's just pulling your legs.
You know who would be my personal choice? If for some crazy reason someone would say, hey, Aya, go ahead and choose the president today. You know how we choose it. We shock everybody. It would be a female, and it would be Ngozi Iweala. She's just such a smart woman.
I think we all agree.
She has such international clout. Why are we not clamoring for her to be president, for Christ's sakes? Why are we not?
Nigeria has not got to that stage. Nigeria are not got to that stage whereby a woman would lead, because it's a man's world in Nigeria right now.
Imagine the North,
especially the Northerners. Yeah,
they won't even like Ngozi because it's going to block them.
I mean, the fact that you even have. I was expecting serious pushback from one man about Ngozi, but the fact that he's just surrendering and he's agreeing shows how.
I promote her name. She's my first choice over and above any. If we can have her and the African bank guy as deputy, either or,
then
we just we can just take it easy. We'll start selling up our properties and heading home.
Oh my God, that would be fantastic. But also,
you have to pray for National Assembly too. All those groups there, you have to pray that. You have
also, you need someone with courage. It can't just be. Technocrats with.
I think Madam Ngozi can be tough. I see
she can be tough. We need someone with courage in her cabinet. Someone like Showore. That is a guy with courage. That's a guy who has put himself. He's put his money where his mouth is. That's a guy with courage. So yes, Ngozi.
Who is a man with courage?
Showore.
What courage? What are you talking about?
Are you kidding?
Look at this guy.
You don't think
you don't spoil everything.
Don't worry about it.
Where is Aja? You just hate this guy. I don't know. You just don't like hearing
Engineer, your brother is looking for trouble. Your brother.
But carry on.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, if we're looking at a wish list, that would be my wish list. Ngozi as president, or Moghalu, or Ngozi as president, Showore as vice president. I don't even know vice president. The vice presidency is not a powerful position. That's the thing. A lot of people are given Oshiomole heat, but the vice presidency is not a powerful position. Your job as the vice president is to be able to step into the president's shoes if anything happens to him. That is all. You don't have any policy positions. You're not even. Sure, maybe the president might reach out to you for advice now and then, but it's 100% dependent on the president.
Ayo,
go ahead. I'm sorry, rational mind.
Yeah, so that is one explaining that he will need to do if at all he grabs the ticket for APC, that is, they give him that ticket. whoever is going to debate with him, that is if he ever gets it, because I believe he's a man of is a learned man. He want to put himself for debate, because I've seen him. He's a good debater. He debates very well. So, but I mean, if ever he's asked that question about how they run that country's economy and the borrowing, that is one explaining that he will need to do.
Oh yeah, and that's an easy way out.
Him.
I mean, that's an easy way out. Anyone who knows anything about democratic policies knows that the vice president doesn't have any power. None.
Well, maybe that's true.
The only power you have, or the only time you become powerful, your only job is to step in for the president when the president is no longer capable of fulfilling his duties.
You know what you're doing, Ayo. That is a Second World War argument that you are proposing for the vice president of Nigeria if he gets the ticket. I was only obeying orders. That is not tenable. I was only obeying orders. I mean, we'll go on the rostrum and say,
can I interject? In Nigeria, the vice president have constitutional responsibility, and he carried a very strong weight. Though the president is the the commander-in-chief of armed forces, is the overall chief, but the vice president plays some role too, constitutionally.
You can only have one leader of one branch. The executive branch only has one leader, which is the president. The vice president has no power, at least no power that can't be overruled by the president. Now, if you're talking about the president of the Senate, which is a different branch of government, or the president of the Supreme Court Justice or whatever, which is a separate part of government.
No. You're not getting my point. You're not getting my point.
Only has one leader.
Ayo, you are not getting my point. You see, the responsibility allocated to the vice president by the constitution of the country gives him some little power too.
None. It's 100% being able to step in for the president when the president isn't able. That is his only job.
No. Do you know that he had the economic committee of the nation?
Because the president gave that to him. The president gave that to him.
Not the president. The constitution is not the president. It's the constitution of Nigeria.
No, the president gave it to him, not the constitution.
No, go and check it.
You can't have two leaders of one branch. Check it. You can't have two leaders of the presidency.
No, it's the constitution that gave it to him. One man. You can pull up the responsibility of it's not the president that gave it, it's the constitution that gave it to him.
Yes, Agalewoko is correct. Please check.
I don't know that gave it to him. What I know was, let me say something. What I know was that they said President Buhari gave him that to head the economic council, whatever. That's what I heard. I don't know if it was the constitution empowers the president to empower him. I don't know, but that's what they said. That's what's thrown out there.
The rational mind. See, that was the power that Atiku was going to wield against Obasanjo, and it was Obasanjo that started this type of craziness just to checkmate Atiku. And since then, these guys, they've now mastered that strategy. So the same thing that is happening to the president too, the deputy governor too, they have constitutional role. It was this guy, when he did it to, is it Akerele or Bucknor? His deputy.
Tinubu.
So our people were the one that started bastardizing.
Yeah, they violated the constitutional responsibility. Yeah, that's what they did.
Let me just give you this paragraph. The executive functions of the Nigerian vice president include participation in all cabinet meetings and, by statute, membership in the National Security Council, the National Defense Council, Federal Executive Council, and the chairman of the National Economic Council. So that's National Economic Council, a constitutional role,
right.
as we were saying.
But if you read between the lines, he has to attend all those meetings and be in all those committees, because if he becomes president for whatever reason the next day, he needs to be able to take over. He has no decision-making powers. He can attend all those meetings and be in all those committees, but he can't make any decisions because that's what his boss does.
I think it's more of an advisor kind of.
Yeah, sure. Be an advisor. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Let's go on to Ife, who rejoins us. Hopefully we can hear from you, Ife, this time around. Ife, are you there? This is it. If the Ndugurudu has gotten a fair. Let's go to Tony, Africa. Tony, are you there?
Has Ola speaking at all?
Of course. Hello, sir. Hello, Alexander Gomez. Everybody. Hello, everybody. Okay, sir.
All right. So to you, Tony. Let me speak to you then, since you are from that region. Adams Oshiomole entered power sharing agreement with Black Axe. So cultism and Nigerian politics are marriage made in wherever that sort of marriages are made.
Yeah, I think Ejiro have already spoken in respect of Oshiomole. But my take on Oshiomole is that Oshiomole is not in southern Nigeria. It's from Kano State. So I don't want to. So his name is Adamu Aliyu. That's his right name. They just gave him this.
Okay.
So Oshiomole is his nickname, AKA Oshiomole. They just gave it to those boys.
All right. Walk us through that. Explain that.
Sir?
Explain it. Talk us through what you just said.
Okay. Adamu Oshiomole, Philip Shaibu parents were the one that brought Oshiomole down to the south back in the days. So because this guy Shaibu's parents, they grew up in the north and got to know Oshiomole's family, so they brought Oshiomole's family down to the south. So today his brother's name is Shaidu Aliyu, and then his mother's name is also all these Hausa names, So Oshiomole is not his name, but he's married to a Benin woman from Isha. Okay, so
where are you getting this from? Where did you get this from?
No, reality. You can ask a Jiro now.
I'm asking you. Where did you get it from? What you just said.
Oshiomole is not. Oshiomole is not. It's not from Edo State.
Yeah, no, you said that, but where did you get that from?
No, that is his free name. Just you can Google it there. I don't know because it's so his mother's name is Kudirat.
How did you come across this information?
No, I don't come across information because I'm from Edo State, so I know anything from your state, Edo State, Lagos, other state. I know everything about the Awolowo region. That's what I mean, up to Delta State. So we have been talking about Ambrose Ali today. So we know that Ambrose Ali is his name is Folonsho Ali, Ambrose Folonsho Ali. So then we have also
from Edo State. Is Ambrose Ali from Edo State?
Yes, it's an Edo State. You know that most of these people, they all bear Yoruba names now. Like Obaseki is also Shola Obaseki, So like my auntie's name,
hold on. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm not sure what Black League is saying. So Black League, expand on what you just wrote. Are you also saying that Adams Oshiomole is a Kano man? Because I'm not sure what you mean that's actually his real name. So Black League, expand on that. So carry on now. Yeah, I don't know what to make of what you do. What are you talking about, Tony? I don't trust you. Tony, I don't trust you.
No, you have to trust me. You are very correct now. Wait, say me a really correct guy now.
But you can't tell us where you go. What I can't get. What is this guy talking about?
Outside, they're not that.
Guy is telling you what you know.
Not what I know. Is you can ask Oshiomole then. Oshomole's name.
Oshiomole is a Kano man, or what did you say? I mean,
it's from the north.
How did it? But what's your name, please? Sorry,
Tony.
How did it come about that name, Oshiomole?
It was during the time of maybe when when they play for children, I would say you Kekere, I will beat you at something only. So they can't just give one guy name.
Oshiomole is a guy name.
It's a guy name.
Are you guys in Edo State allow him to be your governor?
You see, I told you are very odd.
No,
in Edo State.
You know that Edo State is little bit. It's a crazy state. Like they just have everybody there. Everybody. That right now. Edo State. So Benin City is the fourth largest city in Nigeria. Huh?
No, that's not true. Ibadan,
oh my God,
the largest city. Come on, Ibadan.
No, I said the fourth.
Huh?
You should be proud of Benin also. Like we're proud of Ibadan. Ibadan is my capital city. Remember I always tell you this. But we are very proud. Awolowo region. So Awolowo, above me Awolowo. If you talk of Jakande, you talk of Ali, talk of Ajasi, we are talking about Awolowo. That's people with a political ideology. So you cannot go to nowhere without a political ideology. So all what we're talking today now, all boils down to the fact that Unani Kanu was able to lenient by calling it a zoo. We're supposed to be called a jungle, animal jungle, because the zoo is well, very much well organized than we are today.
Oh, okay. Tony, just hold on 1 second. Don't say anything. Let me give you 2 paragraphs. Adams Aliyu Oshiomole was born on the 4th of April 1952 in Iyanho near Auchi in Edo State. He was born Muslim but was led to Christianity by his late wife Clara, who died of cancer at 54. He is Catholic and his Christian name is Eric. After his secondary school education, he obtained a job at Arewa Textile Company, where he was elected union leader, etc. So Adams decided that he needed further education. And so in 1975, he proceeded to Ruskin's College at Oxford, United Kingdom, to study industrial relations, etc. He attended the National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies, Plateau State of Nigeria, making him a member of the National Institute So Archibald, so I don't know where you are getting your. You see, I said I don't trust your story.
One thing you should understand is Auchi area there. Let me say something. Auchi area there. There's a lot of people from the north. Recently, they talk about one sultan of is it the what's it called? Shua Arabs. Shua Arab. I mean, it's from that area. So a lot of them they migrated from the north. Even this lady, what's her name? This activist.
Yusuf. Aisha Yusuf.
So they're all from that area. So most of them from that area, they blended with Edo people and all of that. But mostly are from the northern part of Nigeria. Who migrated there for whatever. So that's just one thing you should keep in mind as well.
Thank you very much for that.
All right, but is Auchi born? So there you are.
No, it was born there. It was born there because remember that I said it, earlier on that.
You told us that they brought him and his parents from the north.
No, they didn't brought him. I said that his parents migrated through Shaibu's parents. Philip Shaibu's parents were in the north, so they got to know this family, and then they came there. Then Oshiomole was born in Edo State. So
all right. Well,
but his heart is northern heart.
Northern heart. So why did you let Anaboki become your governor?
No, but this is he was born there. Like we always say, people always make this argument that we are in the USA, in the UK.
Are you hearing that Ajale Koko? That state of origin argument. You hear that now?
Okay. Very interesting.
But we don't because we are trying to get German passport or UK passport or whatever, but we are still Africans, the same thing. So whether Oshiomole got the birthright, he didn't go to school anyway. He was unable to produce his primary school certificate, at least. You know what I'm saying? Just like the late Buhari, who went to all the military colleges, but they didn't go to primary school. It's on quota system. This guy was a northerner. He was able to speak Hausa to these people. That they said, "Okay, be the leader of the close union or whatever, or this that union." But Hassan Sumonu, I remember when I was a kid, Hassan Sumonu was a powerful guy. You remember Hassan Sumonu was the leader. That's one is educated, University of Ibadan or whatever, or the Polytechnic Ibadan. That is spanners and hammer as our motto.
Well, according to his profile, what's his name? He went to Oxford, so that would make him educated. But thank you, Tony.
What Oxford? Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Seminar. He went to do some seminar as a tailor. As a tailor.
Look, I don't know. Is it that you are in some level that is above the rest of us? Or, I don't know.
What he's saying is wrong. Some are trying to confirm.
But what he said is true. He was a tailor in the.
Yes, he was a tailor in Kaduna State because there was a big textile industry in Kaduna.
Yes, sir.
So he was there as a tailor, and he is Catholic. He's not a Muslim.
He converted. He converted because in order to stay in Edo State safely,
No, he was
you need
he
to
was a
convert.
Muslim. Yeah, he was a Muslim.
Yes,
He
yes.
was his first wife converted him to Christianity. That this is according to the record. So
The owners of like this liberals Oshoma, that is a pure Benin man from Auchi. Then Delejiwa, these are the main men. If you go to Agenegbo there, you know what I'm saying. The other time we were talking about the Jebu, all this Jebu land, Odobolu. Me, I know also Edo State and Delta State. So we know this people from Auchi, like Rational Mind, who is always rational. Already pointed out that. At
except
least
when it's irrational.
50% of Auchi people are from the north. Even the late Murtala Muhammad, who destroyed Nigeria today, is also from the north. But they all settled down in Auchi.
Are you saying Buhari cousin that lives in Auchi is Auchi based now?
No, Murtala Muhammad also is from Auchi.
Yeah, but Buhari family they lives there now.
No, Buhari. No,
I don't know
Buhari
what
family
conversation is taking place anyway.
Buhari families are Arabs now. They say they're Arabs. If you interview Abacha's wife, they say they're Arabs. If you interview Sanusi family, they say yeah, they're Arab. They are not proud of Africa. Let us not go there tonight. You know what I'm saying? But we are purely Africans.
All right, thank you, Tony. I am an Oyo man. I can confirm that to you. And
I'm also an Oyo man. I'm also an Oyo man.
Thank
forever.
you. And Ife is a Badagry man. Are you not, Ife?
Ayo is my namesake.
Thank
Now
you.
my auntie's
Hold
name.
on now. When I say thank you, you know what that means. So
okay,
Ife, you are a Badagry man. Are you not, Ife?
Yeah, Egun. Now my brother now.
All right. Let's go to okay. I'll take that as your closing remark because I was looking to start rounding off. So thank you, Tony, and then I'll say thank you to Ife as well, who seemed to have lost connection, just to start to whittle things down a bit, and then we go on to Ola, who we have not heard from. So Ola, to you.
Yeah. I don't have much to say, but I just want to go back to what Ajanle Koko and Ayo stated earlier. You see, the impact of Awolowo and his followers, what they were able to achieve, right? When you look back and check the then Odua investment, for example, if we have something like that, the way they were going that time, honestly, Dubai will be a joke compared to the Western region. Because the destruction in Nigeria today make us believe that things were difficult to achieve. Then the government they have some kind of establishment that will just fast track this because nobody will be looking for like 10% kickback. Where were you going to keep it? When the Western region, they had their own bank, they control the Ministry of Finance within their region, everything. Where were you going to? Except we were going to carry all those money to outside the country. But today, because we've bastardized the thing, we think all those things are not possible. And now, this is one area we should be looking at if you want hope for Nigeria or whatever nation that is going to emerge from Nigeria. You are going to need the likes of Awolowo and all those his gang that will work together with him. You see, that's why they could easily bring a policy, UPN policy, and you see within 4 years, you could see all those things without story. There's no story of sending things to the National Assembly and spending like almost 4 years. No, if you were sending it because they would have discussed that thing at the party level with Awolowo there presiding. The next thing, once they send to the assembly, they no bond them well within 2 weeks, make them no approve. Sharp. And before you know, they will quick start all those things now before they will achieve. That's what Awolowo was using to campaign, not all these kind of rhetorics and all this kind of nonsense. I will fight corruption and all this thing. No, it was all about prosperity, all about wealth, all about good health care, education, poverty eradication. That so and everybody within that within United Party of Nigeria or how the UPN they kill into this thing. So this thing is still possible today. It's still possible today. We can achieve it only if we can try to learn from our own history. Now, I said something like 2 or 3 days ago, for example, that if Buhari, now people are saying Buhari should not be blamed. I suggested a solution that if Buhari today want to discourage all these boys and those people that have joined them from either south or whatever, to join them now to be doing banditry, to kidnap, to terrorize, you can do one thing and you will kill those people instantly. Share the country currency. And let's see where these people are going to.
No, it's not Buhari's space anymore. I think the next person would do that, but it's too late for because the changing of that currency has to be done to counterweight the corruption of Buhari's administration. So if they change it within this administration, then they will get to keep pretty much all the money that they've stolen. But
one thing,
it has to be the next administration.
Yeah. The thing you should understand is these people. One of the reasons why we're having scarcity of dollars in Nigeria.
Yeah, I know they
are changing this money into dollars.
Yes,
they know what they are doing too. They know. They know that they can change this money and somebody can come in.
But a lot of them still bury it in the soccer way, in the traditional manner.
Yeah.
But thank you. So Ola, just minding time.
So if the guy is so serious about the security of Nigeria, to me, changing of our currency is one of the major things, because it's not all those crooks that are in the bush kidnapping people that will be able to do something with their currency. Even this dollarization, there's a way you can limit. There's a way you can even limit access to dollars in Nigeria. If you want to do that, you can limit that access. And they will collect that money from bandits that are kidnapping. It will become useless. I mean, there's no amount that is too much to spend on security of Nigeria. That is where you know the seriousness of any government. This particular government we are, honestly, we don't enter one chance, and everybody go eat shop breakfast. So that's all I want to say today.
All right, thank you, Ola. That was brilliant. And sorry, but you came in later, and I'm really pushing to, just.
No, I understand.
All right. So thank you, Ola. So we hear from Black League, just being mindful of time as well. You came in especially under that Oshiomole thing that I was wanting to quickly dismiss Tony, but then I thought he would not say something like that unless he knew something. But you have some understanding of that space too, Black League.
Yes, I just came here to confirm that, yeah, he was a tailor who lived in the north. But as for the Kano state and all that, I don't know about that. Well, just to conclude, it's been a really good discussion. I was in the background listening. Kudos to everyone and have a good night.
Well, thank you, Black League. So I thought he would come in and take on Ayo when he was doing all his talking, but you decided to let him escape. But there you are. So you can't be kind sometimes. So thank you, Black League.
Wait,
so
what? Why would he take me on? Why?
Yeah, because you were making some rather psychedelic comments that I just thought I'd let slide, because you just come back. But I won't let it slide the next time.
No, don't let it slide. Please, you know me. I like to joust. Why would Black League take me on? I don't.
Yeah, because Black League doesn't like people. It doesn't let people get away with peperimpe. The sort of yamane.
But Black League too comes here with his kumbaya and all of that.
Yes. So
it's funny because I don't remember saying anything remotely controversial. So
I think everything you said was controversial. Black League.
One man. I actually didn't catch Ayo's part. So just give me one example of the psychedelic stuff.
He was coming up with all of the. Ayo now. All this highfalutin. He will say it in elegant words, but then if you try and unpick it, you don't see anything there. This is what I heard. Just the totality of everything. It was peperimpe. It was.
Okay, Ayo, maybe you can come back tomorrow. We'll be here and we'll get that since we're out of time.
Because I think he needs a beating. I will give him a beating too. So thank you, Black League. So to you, Ayo, then good to see you again. Your words.
Yeah, no, I definitely appreciate you letting me on the platform since you tried to censor me the last time I was on here, which clearly I didn't like. But
I tried to stop you from bullying people. You mean I remember? I don't remember because I didn't mention it. But Ajale Koko succeeded for you. He's finally managed to beat Jafar out of the platform.
President and vice president. That's Ajale Koko.
At least I know someone with someone with a similar outlook as me, Ajale Koko, that is carrying his own on the platform and definitely speaking
No,
up.
you see, I'm trying to cultivate a northern voice on the platform because I think it is necessary. So
it is, but not at the expense of other voices. I mean, everyone's voice is important. I mean,
Don't tell me they chase Jafar now.
Yeah, have you not seen when they gave him a good beating between you and Ajale Koko and Mike? It was brutal. Like I tried to stop it, but it was even out of my control.
Anyway, so I mean, I definitely, for me, I no hard feelings. I just felt like maybe I was imposing, and I felt like I just needed to step away for a bit. So I'm glad you allowed me to come back on. I appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, I try not to be rude to anyone. Sometimes, obviously, in the heat of the moment, maybe I may see a thing or two that may not be received well, but I try not to use profanity or any offensive language. If I do, however, please call me out. But I certainly would never be offensive, or at least knowingly offensive to anyone from any backgrounds. I really don't feel like it's an ethnic thing or a religious thing. I think we just, sometimes we're more comfortable with how we are and our point of view, and sometimes that may be ethnic, or it may be colored by our ethnicity, but it doesn't mean I don't have it. There are many people from the North that I respect. I do
name one.
I respect Sanusi Lamido.
Oh yes, of course.
Intensely. I respect him. He's a smart man. He's got a worldview that.
I'm noticing something about you. It's like is this Ajebota people that you like? First Mogalu, now Sanusi.
No, it's not even that. I mean, well,
is it an elitist thing? Is this
no,
what it is?
Not at all. This other
why
guy.
can't you like Oshiomole? Why can't you like
Oshiomole?
Or what is his name? The Kano guy, Ganduje. You won't like him because he's not posh enough. Eh?
No, I actually like what's the guy, but I like him, but I don't trust him. Is it Shehu Sani?
Oh yeah, I like Shehu Sani.
I like him. I can't trust that guy. I don't know why.
Why though?
I just don't trust him. He just seems
you say because he's from the north.
No. Sanusi Lamido is from the north, but I trust him. I trust him completely. I don't trust the Shehu Sani guy. He just seems a little too smooth for my liking. There's something not right about him, in my opinion. But it's I don't have any tangible reason not to like him. We're emotional beings, and sometimes you just don't trust people for whatever reason.
It's a visceral reaction, isn't it? Some people just don't take to.
But Sanusi is so intellectual, and not even just him. What was that other guy who was the first head of EFCC? What was his name?
Buhari.
Ribadu.
Thank you. Before he got sidelined and corrupted or whatnot, I have tremendous respect for that guy. So for me, it's not an ethnicity. The poorest countries on the planet, the most regressive countries on the planet, are broiled in ethnic tension. And I see Nigeria going that way. We need to be able to see beyond that thing. However, when we do have an ethnic problem, we need to be able to call it out without worrying about being politically correct. Buhari has more than any other leader we've had ethnicized a lot of our problems that didn't need to go that way. It didn't need to be that way. He's done a lot of damage to the trust that Nigerians have in each other, and especially when it comes to North and the South. Sure, we've always had our differences and we've always had our disagreements, but it's never been to this extent. But anyway,
and you still continue to deny that you're a Yoruba supremacist.
No, I am very proud of my heritage, and I am very happy with the way Yorubas in general conduct themselves. But I respect there's no ethnicity, at least no major ethnicity that I know about that I don't respect at least one or two things about them. Whether
do you presume superiority over them by virtue of you being Yoruba?
No, I don't look at it as being. I don't feel superior to anyone. I have, when you respect someone, you can't respect a person if you feel superior to them. I don't think, anyway, at least not for me. And I certainly respect Igbo people. They seem very smart. They seem very logical. They're problem solvers. I respect a lot of people in the North too. They just seem to have a quick grasp on certain problems. even if they're not able to do anything about it. Like Sanusi was he's probably my favorite northerner, but yeah. So
and lastly on this, just very briefly on this, Black League is asking you that northern list you were coming up with is asking how about El Rufai? So this is
El Rufai he's evil. That guy is the devil's son.
He's worse than Buhari by my reckoning.
El Rufai is a smart Buhari. Buhari is evil, but he just doesn't have the intelligence.
Which makes him more dangerous.
He's absolutely more dangerous. He's absolutely more dangerous than Buhari, in my opinion. No, I do not like El Rufai at all.
He's an evil man. But thank you, Ayo. Always a delight anytime you're around. So from Ayo, we're going to Rational Mind. Rational Mind. Just talk quick words.
Yeah. Thank you, one man, and thank you everybody for listening. And we please beg you to subscribe if you're not yet to subscribe. That way you get notification. Also, thank you to everybody, those who are chatting behind, who have been chatting just to support the platform. Yeah, just my final words for today would be that I'm looking at this whole thing with the cultism in Nigeria, which is it's not a new phenomenon in Nigeria. It's been there. We even here in America we have it in some ways. We have the frat boys, and but it's just kind of the way it's being practiced is what is. But over the years we've seen it evolved into some kind of different should I say gang group and all of that, who are more violent. Some of them started off in Nigeria as just frat boys. I mean, frat group. I mean, we have it among the politicians even back then. Talk about the Rosicrucians and the Amok and the rest of them. I mean, they come in different kind of ways. I mean, I wish I was here when you guys were talking about it. I would have been able to go into more details as to what I understand about it. But anyway, it's a new phenomenon in Nigeria. We've seen how it they operated in the Ikorodu area sometime back during Ambode's time, how they killed a lot of people. And even Lagos State Polytechnic, I think it was a real big issue there, and even the university too. But then I just want to tell our people that we know sometimes cultism or cultic could be a way for some people to find power in the society, like we see in Europe with the cultism among certain ethnic tribe from Nigeria. Well, it's not a solution, and I would just beg our people to not get involved in it, because when you go deep into that that underworld, it leaves a lot of scar. I mean, a lot of people I know who are into it, a lot of them they live to regret their actions, and some of them they're still living to bear the consequence of their actions to this very day. There is no gain in it, and I think they are on the watch list too here in America, because they've been also involved in some kind of financial crimes too, laundering money and all of that. So I'll just beg our people to stop giving Nigerians bad names, because now we're known as the mafia groups, like we know in Italy. They have the Sardinian boys and those mafia in Italy. So we don't want to go down that route. It's only call us bad, and we just want to live as free people and as good people. And that's all I have to say. And then good night to everybody.
All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. Always a steady voice, never phased. Rational Mind, but a brilliant mind. Thank you, Rational Mind. So from Rational Mind, of course, to the everybody's favorite, certainly Celebi's favorite, engineer.
Thank you, one man, and thank you, listeners, and thank you, the whole people of the world. Nigeria have done well, so let's give credit to Buhari. Since England, they want to tease Nigeria, Emirates want to tease Nigeria, they have gotten what they want. It's not because our country is in a little bit kind of error, insecurity. It becomes a laughing stock in the world. So it's a good response. When they ban anything about Nigeria, Nigeria give them back. So I'm really proud of my country, Nigeria, for doing well. And I give credit to Buhari for 2 days credit. That's what I will give it to him. Well, I want to use this opportunity to say thank you, one man, and also thank you, Ajale Koko, because this platform, I keep saying it unites every Nigerian worldwide, and it's something that we need to understand that the more we come together, the more we find solution to our country. But if we stay apart, then the country will be ripping apart. So let's come here, come to the channel, give our opinion, give our whatever that will contribute, that will help that country, Nigeria, honestly. There is hunger in the land. People are suffering. When I say people are suffering, people are suffering. And let's do our best. Christmas is around the corner. A lot of people need help. Do little as you can. Don't share it to one person. Make sure you divide it into 2 or 3, because there is hunger in the land. So please, let's do our best. And God bless everybody, and God bless one man.
You know that thing you were saying, that Christmas round the corner and do what you can. I know a lady here in the UK. She's from Edo region. You know what she did? She went and bought bags of rice and all the things of Christmas, all the accoutrements, and then she cargoed it to her people.
God bless her.
So that they should share it in XYZ.
Yes.
She
God bless
cargoed it.
God bless her.
Is
There's hunger in the land.
yes,
There's really
it's quite
hunger
a
in the
thing.
land. There's hunger in the land. So let's do our best, one man. And next year will be a stepping stone again.
All right.
Thank
you, engineer. Sleep well. Always a delight. Engineer, ladies and gentlemen. And you too. I'll text you later in the day. So that was engineer. So now to the mighty Ajande Koko to just give us a short summary to wrap things up. Ajande Koko, you never really fully had the floor today, but then you and I, we are essentially co-hosts, so it doesn't really.
We had new voices, so
yes.
It's
all right. So now you have the floor. Ajande Koko, ladies and gentlemen.
I want to thank one man and everybody that came on the platform today. You have enlightened a lot of people with your thought on the platform. I would like to expatiate on what we were talking about earlier about Chief Obafemi Awolowo and his associate like AKANDE, Bola Ige, Ajashin, and Bruce Ali that govern our Southwest and Bende State. We once had a nation where things work. Why did they work then? And why it's not working now? It worked then because we had people in position of government that were patriotic to their country, that have genuine love for their community and the nation at large. And they put in their best conscientiously to the nation building at every level of government where they were given opportunity to manage. So that is why it worked then. Back then, they were building roads,
They were building schools. They were building infrastructure, building medical facility. They were doing all sorts of things to make things work for the people so that the people can feel the impact of the government in their life, in their daily life. But today, we have criminals, looters in power that doesn't love their country and doesn't love you, the people. And that is why we are not feeling the impact of the government in our life in that country. The worst that we have had in that history is the government of APC in the last 6 years that they have been governing that country. They have destroyed every facet of the society. Is it the health sector you want to talk about that is not destroyed? Is it the educational sector you want to talk about that is not destroyed? Is it the economy that is not destroyed? Is it the insecurity? So it is time for every one of us and our people to know that it is time for them to wake up, to save their country, to abandon tribal sentiment, to abandon religious sentiment, and to abandon all sort of sentiment and look and do the right thing. And the only right thing, the only option that is left for us is not to vote for any one of these two parties. They have dragged us through the drain. Do not vote for any one of them. Vote for any other party. That is when you will start restructuring. That is when you, the people, will start to take over your country back. You have to send them away. And then we will open a new chapter towards taking over our country and then manage it in the best way that is good for us. Other than that, if we do any permutation, say, oh, Atiku can still do some, oh, Bola Tinubu is this, that means we, the people, doesn't know what we want. And we want to continue to empower your oppressor. And the more you vote them in power, the more you empower them, they are your oppressor, they will continue to oppress you, and then they will continue to destroy and they will continue to kill you slowly. So, other than that, I would like to thank our listeners and viewers all over the world to please, if you have not subscribed, please do share, like, and click on the notification button so that anytime one man went to more is going on live, you can get notified. Our brothers behind the scene chatting, you are the strength of the platform. God will bless you all. And one man, God will bless you as well. God will bless all of us. Tomorrow going to be another day. We shall all be here, God's willing.
All right, thank you, Adanle Koko. Adanle Koko, do you remember a couple of days ago when I was trying to buy a digital asset and I was asking you to help me make that decision, and you were saying bite the bullet and buy it?
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yes.
Well, I did not buy it, you know.
Wow.
But then it kept playing on my mind, and then I later went back to it. So what I could have bought it for then was the equivalent of like around about $120 thereabout. Do you know how much I bought it for eventually? Close to $150. So decision making. It's still paying me till now. I said that when I say out, it's still paying me. $30 is $30.
You pay another $30.
And that was
Extra.
just a day difference, So it's still paying me till now. So it's just sometimes you just have to be decisive. Thank you, Ajane Koko. So we'll reconvene, of course, as per usual, the usual time. So Ajane Koko, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. So that was Ajane Koko rounding things off for us. So we'll leave it there. Carry conversation on the comment section, but here, say peace.